The Return of Huangshan. Chapter 1. The morning was horrible. It was a morning on a battlefield, where there were no winners, only blood and death. Everything around was colored red, the color of the blood of fallen fighters. The bloody color of the battlefield between good and evil, in which no one won. All you could see was corpses and blood. And over the field ruled death. Death looked from all sides, and looking at one of the surviving warriors, was surprised. How is he still moving, and does not rush into the power of death? Huangshan's follower, bloodied and wounded, was moving forward to where the death demon was. The warrior looked at his fallen comrades in arms, the disciples and masters of the Huangshan martial arts school, Seheng Janmun, the elder brother, teacher and leader of the Huangshan school, lay pierced by a spear. A young disciple, Saje, who had just set foot on the path of the Tao, was killed in a saber fight. Sajil, a disciple of one generation, died before reaching for his sword, and thousands of others. All of them are dead. The Huangshan school warrior was on the brink of death himself. Only by concentrating chi energy in his dying body could he still move. The martial artists from Murim participated in the battle. It was a squad made up of the elite representatives of the great 9 martial arts schools. It was a battle between them and Cheonma, the founder of the Manjo Sect. Cheonma was a demon who had descended from the heavens to destroy all life on earth, and his followers set about destroying the world of Murim. The warrior reached the mountain of demons and saw Cheonma, who was sitting on the ground and was all pierced with swords. But the demon was not dead. "Huangshan School," said Cheonma, "is the best school on the coast. It's a pity that you, a follower of Huangshan, won't be able to escape from here, and you won't be able to enjoy the triumphant victory for the rest of your life. But it looks like you and I will have to end this life. Shut up," the warrior managed to say, out of his last strength. "You can be proud of yourself," continued the conversation Cheonma. "Your sword was able to catch up with me, though not without the help of these men who died in the name of it. In the name of Cheonma, I recognize that your swordsmanship is the greatest of all." "Shut your mouth," answered warrior. "What a pity I didn't have time." Disregarding the shouting, Cheonghwa continued speaking. "Had I had 3 or 4 more days, I would have revealed my true nature, which corresponds to my name Cheonghwa, but this must be my destiny. Remember, being a follower of Huangshan is not the end. The demon will return again, and when it does, the whole world will humbly bow down before me. Because I am Mado the evil spirit, and no one can stop it." The Huangshan warrior gathered all his energy and released the chi of his sword to strike. The demon's head flew off his shoulders. Along with the demon's head, so much energy rushed out that it illuminated the surroundings for a second. "The war is over," said the warrior, "but imminent death is coming to me." One thought kept me in suspense. What will happen to Huangshan School? All the masters and disciples are buried in this field. Young, old, they all died here. Only the weak children are left alive. Were the lives of Huangshan's followers a meaningless sacrifice? If I had made more effort, could I have saved even one life? It's all meaningless. The warrior continued to think. It's all meaningless. Plum blossoms fall sooner or later anyway. With these words, he fell to the ground. But the life had not left the warrior yet. "Huangshan," thought the 13th disciple of the great Huangshan school, one of the 3 great swordsmen in the world. His name is the noble plum blossom blade, Cheon Myeong. After killing Cheonma, who threw the entire world into chaos, the noble warrior Cheon Myeong plunged into eternal sleep on top of a mountain made up of the heads of hundreds of demons. These were the great warrior's last thoughts. But death decided to wait a few more minutes, and the images of his life began to flash before the warrior's eyes, like a slow-motion movie. He was dropped off at the doorstep of Huangshan School as an infant. The older brothers were very surprised, but took the baby and began to bring him up in the monastery. When the baby grew up, he began to learn together with the elder brothers the art of sword-wielding at Huangshan School. To help in the kitchen. To clean, in other words. Everything that a junior novice of the monastery should do. Cheon Myeong did not let himself be offended, and got into a fight as soon as he was hurt. One day Saheng Junmun, teacher and leader of the Huangshan school, said to him after one of the fights, "Cheon Myeong, you rascal! You are a Taoist first, then a warrior. You must realize that force without Tao is just violence." But the young man did not understand his words and only muttered, "What is he always muttering about?" Only now did Cheon Myeong realize that although he was a follower of Huangshan, he had failed to fully follow the teachings. In fact, I was a self-righteous fool, the warrior thought, who was undeservedly praised for his natural talent. And then the dialogue with Saheng Junmun continued, but not in reality. It is in the higher world. Why didn't I guess, thought Cheon Myeong, that everything I had, I got thanks to Huangshan? Do you regret it? Asked the spirit Saheng Junmun. Yes, Saheng Junmun, replied the young man. I have many regrets. If I had taken my training more seriously, to become a little stronger, perhaps I could have changed this terrible end. There's no need for regrets, replied Saheng Junmun. This is Huangshan. No matter what happens, Huangshan school will continue to exist. That was the end of Cheon Myeong's earthly life. And continued, according to the Tao, teaching in the reincarnation of the spirit. A 100 years have passed. Cheon Myeong opened his eyes in the morning. He had never slept so long before, and yet he could not remember anything from his dream. From the depths of consciousness came the name, Cheonma. Cheonma? How? Isn't he dead? Ye gay. Asshole. Get up. A man's voice turned to him. Cheonma. Stop raving. Why are you lying here, you beggar brat? Cheon Myeong looked carefully at the person speaking, and found a man in his 30s in a beggar's garb with a stick in his hand. He hit Cheon Myeong with a stick and said, "Everybody went to beg on the street, and what the hell are you doing here? Run outside." Cheon Myeong thought, what's going on here? And who is this man? It's a beggar. Is he threatening me? The silence completely pissed off the beggar. Is he also grinning? Cheon Myeong asked. Hey, sir. I don't understand what's going on here. So stop waving your stick around and explain the situation. The beggar looked at him dazedly. Outraged, the man couldn't find words. Oh, are you out of your mind? How do you address me? Cheon Myeong decided to introduce himself. I, Cheon Myeong, the noble sword of the plum blossom. What this filthy ragamuffin, the beggar interrupted him, allows himself. You're going to die here. He swung his stick, about to strike. I have to block that blow, Cheon Myeong thought to themselves. But what the hell is going on? I can't block that punch. My arms are too short. The beggar began to hit Cheon Myeong from all directions, and he could do nothing about it, but curl up and try to cover himself from the beating. The beggar was striking and shouting, "You're out of your mind! My baton will show you who's boss!" At this time, a beggar boy peeked into the tent. But when he saw the execution, he quickly went out. Running out of the tent, Cheon Myeong hurried away from the place and from the mad beggar. At last he found a small lake and sat down to rest his feet. Damn it, thought the young man. I didn't get like this in Huangshan either. If I ever meet that beggar sect bastard again, I'll wipe him out. While pondering this, Cheon Myeong turned his attention to his feet, which were sore from the long run, and were now submerged in water. Who is this? Who is that little boy in the reflection? Asked Cheon Myeong. What the hell is that? I don't know him, but it's really my body. The body and face reacts to my actions, to smile, grimace. What is this? Is this really how the reincarnation that the monks talked about happens? His musings were interrupted by the appearance of a beggar boy. Looking at him, Cheon Myeong recognized the boy who had run out of the tent while he was being beaten. The boy who approached asked, "Are you all right? Our leader has always been like this, but today he was really angry." Cheon Myeong stopped his speech with a question. I have a question. No. 2 questions. Ask it, the boy replied. Am I a beggar? Cheon Myeong asked. It's easy to understand, just by looking at your clothes, replied the boy. Damn it. How can it be? I'm a beggar, Cheon Myeong shouted. To hell with it. I got it. Cheon Myeong calmed down. Then the second question. Cheonghwa. Do you know who that is? I thought you had calmed down, replied the boy, and are fine after the beating. And you turn out to still be out of it. Can you answer me normally? Shrieked Cheon Myeong. Beggar! Shit! A ragamuffin! Okay, I know who Cheonghwa is, said the boy. It's a demon, the founder of Manjo Sect, and he died 100 years ago. Right? 100 years ago! Cheon Myeong was stunned. 100 years. No way. You're saying it's been 100 years since he died? Cheon Myeong couldn't believe it. He grabbed hold of the boy's clothes and shook him so that he became dizzy. Yes, you're obviously not right in the head, the beggar said protractedly. Are you telling me the truth? Couldn't believe Cheon Myeong, 100 years? What's the use of me lying to you? Surprised the boy. Cheon Myeong stopped and let the boy go. This is crazy, he thought. 100 years have passed? Then why wasn't I reborn immediately after death? As if I were the only one left in the whole world? Why is everything so confusing? Cheon Myeong's mind was confused. There was no way he could accept the fact that over 100 years had passed since the battle, and everything on Earth had changed. Huang Shan! Huang Shan? What's happened to him? Cheon Myeong asked the boy. Huang Shan? What's wrong with him? The boy questioned in surprise. Huang Shan? What is it? Listen, you beggar. Cheon Myeong began to speak. Just like you, replied the boy. If you are a beggar, continued Cheon Myeong, then you belong to the Gaebang school. And yet, you don't know one of the 9 great martial arts schools? Huang Shan. How is that possible? What nonsense are you talking about? The boy replied, There are no Huang Shan in the 9 schools of martial arts. Here are their names: Shaolin, Wudang, Dansang, Kontong, Chongsong, Emei, Kunlun, Gebang, Zhongnan, and Hanam. 9 schools do not have Huang Shan. This thought pierced Cheon Myeong. But why? What nonsense are you talking about? The boy replied. There are no Huang Shan in the 9 schools of martial arts. Here are their names: Shaolin, Wudang, Danzang, Kontong, Cheongsong, Emei, Kunlun, Gebang, Zhongnan, and Hanam. 9 schools do not have Huang Shan. This thought pierced Cheon Myeong. But why? There is not Huang Shan, shouted Cheon Myeong. Why? And grabbed the beggar boy's clothes again. Hanam! Hanam! This hillbilly has become a martial arts school. Cheon Myeong couldn't contain his feelings. But that's not the worst part. The main thing is that Huang Shan is not on the list of great schools. Huang Shan, wondered the beggar boy. I think there's such a place in Shaanxi province. Speak up, demanded the Cheon Myeong. Shaanxi. Yes, Huang Shan is in the province of Shaanxi. What do you know? Speak. But I haven't heard that Huang Shan is in the 9 martial arts schools, continued the boy. Strange? It seems to me that the Huang Shan school has been destroyed. Huang Shan? Destroyed, said Cheon Myeong slowly. Huang Shan is one of the great and most famous schools, along with Wudang and Nangong clan. Damn it! And he let the boy go. I won't believe this story, decided Cheon Myeong, until I see for myself with my own eyes. I'm going to Mount Hua Sect, Cheon Myeong decided firmly. You complete idiot, said the beggar to him. Where are you going? Go collect alms on the street before you get beaten up again. Shut up, said the Cheon Myeong, and answer me a few questions. 1. What's my name? Asked the warrior. You are a beggar, answered the boy. So whatever you want to call yourself. We used to call you Cheong Sam. Yes, said Cheong Men protractedly. A fitting name for a beggar. And how old am I? How can one know the age of a beggar? Answered the boy. All right, next question, continued Cheong Men. Tell me your name and the name of the man who beat me. You've definitely had your memory blown out, replied the boy. My name is Equichil, and the ringleader's name is John Paul. I see. Listen carefully, continued the conversation Cheong Men. For mercy I will repay twice as much, and for offense tenfold. Remember the name, Cheong Men from Huangshan. The next time we meet, I'll repay your kindness. That's it. I'm leaving. Wait, which way is Huangshan Mountain? Cheong Men returned with a question. After receiving the answer, Cheong Men decided to waste no time and come to Huangshan as soon as possible. The best way to get anywhere quickly is to run fast. So he ran. It was getting harder and harder to run. His weak body couldn't cope with the heavy load. Suddenly, Cheong Men stumbled and fell down. I'm going to die now, decided the young man. I have only run a short distance, thought Cheong Men, but I am already exhausted. How can I reach Mount Huangshan in this condition? It's pointless. I'll die before I reach Shengxi province. What should I do? How can I get to Mount Huangshan? And Cheong Men decided that it was important to acquire the necessary training that befits a martial artist, even in such a weak body. The common man does not know about this possibility, Cheong Men continued to ponder, and even those who have reached the top may one day regret that. A memory came back to him. How Cheong Men rested instead of working hard. How Saheng told Cheong Men to train hard, but he was too lazy to even pretend. How Cheong Men found alcohol in the senior's room and tasted it. But the past can't be undone, Cheong Men reminded himself. No matter what happens, I must return to Huangshan. To restore the qi energies, it is necessary to find a place where there will be no external disturbances. Oh, this is the place, decided the warrior. Now it is necessary to begin to act. I have many techniques stored in my head, which I learned at Huangshan School. I think I'll go with Liu, he's principle of 6 interactions. The principle of 6 interactions includes, the body is united with the mind. The mind is in harmony with thought. Thought is one with qi energy. Qi is united with shen, spirit. Spirit is one with movement. Movement is united with emptiness. A book about this method can be bought in any city from every book dealer. But Liu, he is not some cheap thing. This technique is learned in the Huangshan School as an introductory course, and every beginner learns it as a foundation for their training. This technique does not increase the strength of the trainee, but completely cleanses his body. Liu. He is a basic technique and should not be rushed. After all, the warrior decided, the tower that I must build from my abilities must be the most beautiful in its grandeur. Now, we must once again purify the qi energy of this body. This feeling is like the detachment of dead tissue from the main body. This is a complete cleansing of unstable energy. If you collect all the cleansed energy in the dantian, the center of qi energy accumulation, you can rebuild your body completely. The dantian will be the foundation and guide to unveil the new world before me, said Cheong Men. The small but full of energy dantian will become a force that cannot be stopped. Shit! I have no strength at all. Doesn't Liu, he have any effect at all, especially since I need the energy now, not later. In his mind, Cheong Men turned to Saheng. Saheng, what's wrong with me? Cheong Men, replied the spirit of Saheng. You forget to work with your brain as always. Think and take your time. Yes, Cheong Men began to think. At this rate, I will never get to Huangshan in this life. A few days later, in what little town in the market, the local beggars came running to their ringleader. Elder! Elder! The beggars appealed to the leader. There's a vagabond who's intercepting our alms. He's small, so everyone throws coins only to him. What? Said the leader. Maybe we should make life difficult for him. So what are we doing? Let's go. As they approached the new beggar, the beggars pointed him out to the ringleader. Hey! Hey, asshole! Shouted the leader. Are you deaf? Cheon Myeong, and it was him, replied. What do you want? How do you talk to your elders? Surprised by the leader. You're crazy, you bastard. I don't know who authorized you to beg here, although this is our territory, but for the first time, considering your youth, I'll let you go. However, you'll give back everything you've collected for today, and after that, you can get the hell out of here. You want to take back the food you've eaten? Cheon men were surprised. You poor bastards have no conscience. Who are you calling bastards? The beggars got angry. What's he doing? We'll beat you so hard that no hospital will treat you. Yes, Dantan has not yet fully recovered, thought Cheon Men. But I already know how to control this body. And aloud the warrior said, I'm so lazy to deal with you. Attack all of you at once. Even though I'm not in the best shape and can't beat you, you won't be offended by this, right? The chief got furious at these words. You little son of a bitch. Come on, guys. Show him who's boss. The attack on the Cheon men ended ignominiously. It was impossible to hit the little beggar, but the blows he gave were so painful that the beggars soon had to beg for mercy. I am the noble plum blossom blade of the great Huangshan school, said the Cheon men. Hey, filthy beggars. The kneeling beggars bowed and said, Yes, our lord, we are so guilty before you. Forgive us. No, replied the Cheon men. Who addresses a beggar? Oh, my lord. Then how do we address you? The beggars didn't understand. Great beggar? What? Cheon men shouted. Well, tell me, is there a quick way to get to Shengshi? Strange, said one of the beggars. Asking such things? Do you know something about it? The warrior asked the beggar. If I knew something, replied the beggar, would I be a beggar? Would you ask me something else? All right, God be with you, said the Cheon men. But I warn you, the next time I ask you a question, you must do your best to answer it correctly. If everyone understands, then quickly run away from here. Yes, sir, the beggars replied and fled out of sight with great speed. There was a cautious knock on the Huangshan School's senior master's office. Excuse me, it's Am. May I come in? Yes, Am. Come in, replied the senior. What's your business? Nothing important, teacher, replied Am. There's a child asking to see you. A child? The teacher was surprised and looked at the entrance to the office. There stood Cheon Men in a respectful bow. Greetings, Janmun, said the boy respectfully. My name is Cheon Men, and I want to join Huangshan School. Ho, ho. To join Huangshan. The master was surprised and turned to Am. Have you informed this young man that we are not accepting new disciples? Yes, replied Am, but he asked so much that I couldn't refuse him. Cheon Men did not utter another word. He stood respectfully, bowed his head, and smiled. Although Cheon Men was smiling, there was resentment boiling inside him. This was due to the walk around the school. That took place before visiting Janmun. A few hours ago, Cheon Men finally reached Huangshan Mountain. Have I made it? Cheon Men asked himself. Yes, this is Huangshan Mountain. The shortcut that was pointed out to him by the ragamuffins in the last town did not lead anywhere, but Cheon Men still managed to find the direction and path he needed. Here is the staircase that leads to the top of Huangshan Mountain. Without feeling teared, Cheon Men ran forward. He climbed the ladder. When it ended, he jumped on the rocks, crawled, clinging to the protruding rocks with his hands, crawled with his last strength. After all, nothing is impossible when you see a target and strive to achieve it. He had a lot of willpower and desire. I will conquer this peak, Cheon Men shouted. After much torture and suffering, the goal was achieved. Cheon Men climbed to the top of Huangshan Mountain. He looked around and found the school. He was very happy when he realized that the school building was still standing. But what was it? Where did it go? Cheon Myeong exclaimed. The wooden plaque? Oh my god, Seang wiped it down every morning. Where did it go? Where? Oh no! I'm out of my mind! What's waiting for me inside the school? His groans were punctuated by the sound of the gate opening. Who's there? Questioned the gatekeeper. Oh, Child, you've come alone. How did you climb the mountain? Cheon Myeong began to answer. But the gatekeeper said for him, You climbed it? Of course it was very simple. Ha, ha. Listen. Cheon Myeong continued to speak. I wanted to ask you something. Are you a Huangshan Taoist? After hesitating for a bit, the privator answered, Yes. Then the school hasn't fallen apart yet. The young man rejoiced. Come in, said the guard. Cheon Myeong was surprised. It used to be impossible to get into the school so easily. Come in, the gatekeeper continued. At present we don't accept strangers, but I don't think you have the strength to go down the mountain. So, stay until morning, because we can't represent the people on the street who came to Huangshan. That said, it's awfully cold here at night. Stepping over the threshold of the school, Cheon Myeong was in for a new shock. He even stopped and cried out, Why is the training ground covered with earth? Why did the blue jasper pavement disappear? What's wrong? Asked the guard. No, it's fine. What a great training ground you have here. It's beautiful. Cheon Myeong replied, while other thoughts were going through their minds. Calm down. They were just rocks. They must have really needed the money, so they sold them. Thank you, said the gatekeeper. Then Cheon Myeong saw that the Golden Palace was also gone. Where did the Golden Palace go? Wait, the young man said to the guard. This place looks deserted. Hasn't there been anything here? Did you notice that too? Yes, indeed. There used to be a palace on this spot, replied the gatekeeper. Yes, I know, said the Cheon Myeong. That's why I'm asking. Strange. You are too young for such knowledge, wondered the guard, and I am ashamed to speak of it. This story hurts my honor. What is already dead, said the young man, cannot die again. I don't understand. What did you say? Questioned the gatekeeper angrily. No. You just heard it, replied the Cheon Myeong. Come with me, said the guard. There's something you need to do. There's no point in scolding the school leaders, thought Cheon Myeong. They tried their best to save the school. Here comes the Jade Palace, Cheon Myeong, and the guard came to the door. At least the palace is intact, said the young man. We need to perform some procedures, said the guard. Because Mount Huangshan is a stronghold of Taoism. You must knock and get an audience. All right, responded the young man. After crossing the threshold of the Jade Palace, Cheon Myeong stopped again and tried to come to his senses. Everything around him was striking in its emptiness and lack of major relics. Cheon Myeong could not find the golden candlestick that the emperor had given to the monk, Hao Daotong. The scroll signed by the monk and the golden tomb were also missing. Even the paintings that hung in the palace were also missing. And most importantly, Cheon Myeong asked the gatekeeper, Wasn't there a flower standing here? A flower, questioned the guard. Yes, a flower. Cheon Myeong replied sharply. Where did it go? And how do you know about it? Surprised the gatekeeper. Actually, yes, it seems to have been a strange plum of white metal. Yes, answered the young man. That's it. So where is it? Sold, came the reply. It was no use to anyone, and it didn't look right in the interior. A merchant offered a good price for it, so we gave it away. Cheon Myeong fell to his knees and mentally addressed Saheng. Saheng, all is lost. Huangshan School is destroyed. The white plum and the sword of the Celestial are a Huangshan relics. Yes, the plum doesn't shine like gold or silver, but this Huangshan relic carries the pure waters of the Huangshan River. And these madmen sold it. Cheon Myeong heard the gatekeeper's voice. Hey, kid, are you all right? He came to his senses and firmly decided, It is necessary to save the school, first of all from these indifferent people, who have done more harm than enemies. Yes, replied the young man. Master, I ask you very much to take me to meet Janmun. I want to join the Huangshan school. And now Cheongmen is standing in front of Janmun. Will you accept me into the school? Asks the young man. Janmun questioningly repeats. Join the school? What do you know about Huangshan school? Yes, certainly. Humbly replies the future monk. I cow about Huangshan school all. So easily, thinks Cheongmen. He won't accept me into the school. They don't take outsiders, but I have a plan. During the war, Cheon Jin, one of the first-grade disciples of Huangshan school, disappeared. Here's a legend I made up. During a hike, Cheon Jin carelessly stumbled and fell down the mountain. A passing woodcutter saw the fall and decided to help the warrior. But Cheon Jin's wounds were so deep and serious that the treatment was delayed. All this time, Cheon Jin lived in the hut of the woodcutter, and in gratitude for the rescue decided to teach the woodcutter all the wisdom of martial arts school Huangshan. And I, Cheongmen, am a descendant of that woodcutter. But the most important thing is that, being a descendant of the woodcutter, I, Cheongmen, am on the same level with Janmun, because seniority in the Huangshan school is determined by the term of practice of Taoism. It's a super plan, summarized Cheongmen. It's unlikely that Janmun will put a young boy in his place. Well, continued the inner dialogue White Plum Warrior, let's start to refuse or ask for reasons. But Janmun suddenly said, I accept you. What? Cheongmen didn't understand. I don't understand you? I accept you, repeated Janmun, since you want it so badly. Master, the guard asked in surprise. You said, I've changed my mind, said Janmun. Damn. Fate is such a strange thing, thought Cheongmen. Would you at least show a little distrust for a stranger? Anyway, continued Jamkung, this guy is well motivated to study at our school and has traveled a long way to get here. As the saying goes, share a meal with the beast that came to your cave in the cold of winter, and don't chase away the bird that took shelter from the rain under your roof. We have nothing precious that can be stolen and cause us any damage, so why send the boy away? Unam, said Janmun to the guard. Give the boy some clothes, prepare a place for him to sleep, and get him ready for his initiation. Unam bowed his head perceptively. As you command, Janmun. I'll take care of the preparations now. Hey, said Cheongmen mentally. What about my appointment? But the young man was given the clothes of a junior disciple of the third stage and put in a separate room. Damn, is this happening to me? Wondered the young man. And where am I? It seems that this is where we received important guests. I can't imagine that disciples who haven't been initiated live here now. We've never used this kind of arrangement before. The newcomer was immediately initiated as a disciple and placed with a mentor. Thinking about it, Cheongmen walked out into the corridor and decided to see if there was anyone here. He opened the first door and suddenly heard a sharp shout. Who are you? Why are you prying into someone else's room? Said a young man in the uniform of a senior disciple. Are you a robber? Cheongmen walked out into the corridor and decided to see if there was anyone here. He opened the first door and suddenly heard a sharp shout. Who are you? Why are you prying into someone else's room? Said a young man in the uniform of a senior disciple. Are you a robber? I ask, repeated the senior disciple. Who are you? A robber. At this time, more senior disciples returned from class. Gull. What happened? Asked one of them. That little one, said Gull, has been poking around in my room. Shit! Why do I have to go to all this trouble? Thought Cheongmen. And then the master came. Quiet. What's that noise? He said. The training isn't over yet and you're already making a fuss. Forgive us, master, said the disciples. And then the master saw a new disciple. Who are you like this? He turned to the new student. My name is Cheonma, replied the young man. I understand. You are the new apprentice in the House of Plum Blossoms, summarized the master. It's late and you should get some rest. But tomorrow don't forget to come for training. Everyone else down, commanded the master. Yes, we do, followed the reply. Ghoul turned to the new student and threatened. Hey you, I'll deal with you later. I'll show you how to disrespect your elders. Cheonma was left alone in the hallway. All right, let's see, he said aloud. Since you are my successors in the Huangshan school, I will pay special attention to you. It's true that my attention is a bit different from what is generally accepted. But that's already your problem. It was late at night. Suddenly Cheonma heard Ghoul shouting, Get up! Get undressed! Taking off my clothes. What was that for? Cheon Myeong wondered. Don't play dumb! Take off your clothes, Ghoul repeated. This is how we will initiate you into the discipleship. You must dance naked while we beat you. Understand? Will this not strengthen the bond between you and your older brothers? If you got it, go ahead and strip. The older student continued. Yes. I just have one question. Cheon Myeong replied. Where? Where is Master Un Am? The master does not practice in the afternoon, said one of the students to him. Enough, said Ghoul. This brat seems to be bullying us. Let's start with an enlightening beating. Elder, said Cheon Myeong, grit your teeth. What? The elder managed to ask. But what happened next was hard to imagine. After being hit by Cheon Myeong, the elder jumped to the ceiling, and then fell to the floor. Damn elders, Cheon Myeong was angry, and the upper disciple lost all desire to beat and teach anyone. They were terrified and backed away from the new disciple. After a brief conversation with the elders, they realized their mistake and lined up in front of Cheon Myeong on their knees, and the senior disciple, Yun Gong, began to massage Cheon Myeong's shoulders. Lord, we will do whatever you command, the upper disciples muttered. Joe Ghoul! Come here, said the young man. I'm not going to hit you. I don't know everything that is going on in Huangshan right now. And so I have a few questions. Yes, sir, Joe Ghoul replied. You can ask me anything you want. The first question is, what happened to the heavenly palace? The second, why is Huangshan in such a mess? Look, sir, replied Joe Ghoul, have you ever heard of the holy sword of the plum blossom? Of course, replied Cheon Myeong. It's me. According to the elders, Joe Ghoul continued, the holy sword of the plum blossom played a huge role in defeating Cheonma, the heavenly demon of death. Immediately after Cheonma's death, the heavenly demons became enraged and burned down Huangshan. That's why our school has not yet been able to fully recover and restore its former greatness. What a reversal, Cheon Myeong thought. Is the school in this state because of me? Damn, I hate this life, the warrior exclaimed emotionally. At night, Cheon Myeong saw in a dream his past. He remembered his conversation with Janmun. The conversation was regarding Tai Flumax's sword technique. Janmun said, Tai Flumax's technique lacks the basics of Taoism and so it is very weak. I think, Janmun continued, it should be removed from the training. Yes, master, Cheon Myeong replied. This technique is terrible. It must be removed. Most likely, yes, confirmed Janmun. But it's a technique from our ancestors. To prevent students from showing interest in it, it should be removed from the library. Sounds good, Cheon Myeong replied. I'll have to do that. Cheon Myeong, said Janmun. I called you for one more question. I believe that you need to make some apprentices for yourself. How would you train them? What is there to think about? Cheon Myeong replied in a spiteful manner. First, I will beat them all. And when they are on the verge of life and death, then they will turn into successful warriors. Silence, it was Janmun's answer. Only he didn't offer to take any more disciples. Cheon Myeong woke up to an exclamation. Sir Sajay! Let's not be so formal, requested the young man. Yes, sir, Junior, replied the disciple. Master Un-Am summoned you to the training ground, the envoy continued. He said, you should be at the training. All right, I'm coming, replied the younger one. At the training ground, everyone was already lined up. Prepare your blades, commanded the elder. Everyone raised their swords above them. Swing the blades, strike. Seeing the training, Cheon Myeong asked the master, what kind of sword technique is this? This technique practiced by senior disciples is called sword balance technique, replied Un-Am. It is a technique of the basics of Huangshan. This is the basis of the technique of the glorious school of Hanshan? Cheon Myeong thought with indignation. What are they doing, those idiots? It only prevents them from learning the basics of swordsmanship. It's like trying to learn the alphabet while trying to read a complicated book. This technique will allow them to learn the basics when it's too late. They won't advance half a step in the martial arts. What can they understand if they haven't learned the basics of saber combat? Cheon Myeong pondered. And their technique is wrong. I don't even know where to start training. When Un-Am finished training, Cheon Myeong asked his elder disciple, what else do they teach you besides sword techniques? After learning the sword balance technique, we learn the seven swords sage technique. After that, we learn the last technique of the plum blossom house and the little kin sword technique. After graduating, we are authorized to learn Huangshan's secret technique, the Tai Flumok's sword technique. What? The young man asked, and a memory flashed in his mind. Tai Flumok's technique has no Taoist basics, and is a weak sword technique. Oh, yeah! That's what we agreed on with Jan Mun, remembered the Plum Blossom warrior. Damn! They're studying what they need to throw away, thought the young man. Where did the sword technique, 24 movements of the Plum Blossom warrior, disappear? Elder! Elder Jogul! Shouted Cheon Myeong. Come to me. Yes, Junior, replied Jogul. Don't be so formal, said the younger disciple. Can I ask you a favor? Yes, of course, replied the elder. But what kind of favor is this? Ask everyone to gather at the training ground tomorrow at 5 in the morning. Cheon Myeong continued his request. And listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Prepare 5 pieces of blades for each of you. You want me to prepare them? Interrogated Jogul. You can't handle it? The younger disciple asked mockingly. No, what are you talking about? Gul replied quickly. Of course I'll do it. I like your enthusiasm, said Cheon Myeong. You can go now. The current Hanshan has nothing, Cheon Myeong pondered, that could help him start to develop. No money, no talent, no techniques. No wonder the school collapsed so easily. The only thing I can help the school with is talent. The current disciples are third-rate. The warrior continued. And they don't look talented. But if you set a goal and start moving towards the goal, and the path to the goal consists of 1,000 steps, and there is only the first step to take, then the task seems not so impossible. Educating the stupid older disciples, decided the young man, will be my first goal. The next morning at 5 in the morning, all the upper disciples gathered in the courtyard of the school. Some junior, the disciples muttered, is keeping us elder brothers awake. Is it right, guys? Hearing such talk, Cheon Myeong turned to the disciple who had brought it up. I am the junior who keeps you awake. Yes. You won't let us rest, replied the upper disciple. How dare you? Oh, elder! I'm sorry, my elder brothers got it all wrong, said Cheon Myeong. Why don't we have a chat in the guest house? Yes, let's all go in. He let the disgruntled disciples into the pavilion and closed the door behind him. After the slight shock that occurred after the doors closed, there were no more dissatisfied people in the school. Contrary to the early morning, all the upper disciples were determined to do whatever this junior disciple said. Every morning, at this time there will be training, said Cheon Myeong. Jogul will be in charge. That morning, Master Un-Am became alarmed. The elder disciples have not come to greet me with a wake-up call? Un-Am thought. That means everyone in the Plum Blossom house is asleep. It's also important to remember that they have a newcomer. The disciples are probably tired from the newcomer's nighttime initiation. I'm gonna go find out what's going on. Opening the gate to the training ground, Unam couldn't believe his eyes. All of his elder disciples were crawling around the training ground in utter exhaustion. Why are they all so exhausted? Questioned the master. What happened? What's going on here? Strange. Everyone is silent. Unam pondered. They don't dare to tell me. What is the reason? If they don't even tell me, their master. That's when Master saw Joe Gull. Joe Gull, where are you going? Joe Gull did not answer the question. The master saw a new disciple who was performing squats with huge stones and keeping account of his squats. 10,085, 10,086. Heard the master. Who is this? An Un thought to himself as he followed Joe Gull. Is it a newcomer? It was indeed Cheon Myeong. He was performing squats with a huge weight. 10,085, 10,086. The young man was counting. Unam stopped in front of his disciple. Oh, master, Cheon Myeong said. This child, about to ruin himself, thought the master. He is so exhausted that his feet can barely keep him on the ground. Hey! Somebody! Get some water! Shouted Unam. Faster! Cheon Myeong finished his exercises and gratefully accepted the water. Oh, thank you, said the younger disciple. I shouldn't have worried so much. If you've quenched your thirst, Unam continued the conversation. Please tell me what happened here. Don't worry, master, Cheon Myeong replied. It's just a little exercise. We all decided to start our day with a little training. But since today is the first day, the guys are a little tired. Strange, thought the teacher. These guys don't look like the kind of people who are full of joy and energy after exercise. And why are they all here and not leaving? They must be afraid of this child. How dare they call themselves disciples of the Huangshan school, and yet be afraid of even a small boy? These questions tormented Unam, and he decided to reprimand Cheon Myeong. How dare you? Said the master. In the home of the Plum Blossom, a strict set of rules exists that must be followed. Who gave you permission to sacrifice sleep for training? Okay. I'll stop, said the young man. What? That's not the answer I was expecting to hear, replied the mentor. But the disciple looked at him and said nothing more. I should probably press him, thought Unam, for bullying an elder disciples. But no. I shouldn't do this because it will lower the authority of the upper pupils. Third-grade disciples look like idiots if they are taught by a first-grade disciple, and my role as a mentor looks pretty bad at all. Cheon Myeong said, 1 month. Give us 1 month and we will show you the result. I guarantee that you will be surprised by the result. Our upper disciples want to surprise you with the result and are eager to make this dream a reality. Despite their hard work, none of them has ever complained about the impossibility of it. Really, guys? Shouted Cheon Myeong. Yes, followed the general reply. I guess he means, thought the master, that no one will dare complain. Where did he come from? Coming in off the street, crushing all resistance, and using the authority of the elder disciples to make the whole school obey him. It won't be easy for you, replied Unam to the apprentice. Why do you suggest doing the training every day? We become stronger by learning from a great master like you, Cheon Myeong said. But if we put in extra effort, it will make us even stronger. So, it's smart to sacrifice sleep to get a little better. And what is the most important thing? Surprised, the teacher asked. Courtesy, responded the disciple. I will accept the words of my teacher and upper pupils as the will of heaven. Amazing, thought Unam. They don't look down on their elders, but maintain politeness for the sake of hierarchy. He is the perfect student. Having finished talking to Cheon Myeong, Master addressed all the students who had participated in the training. Guys, you have volunteered to participate in this morning's training. I am glad that you are resolutely fulfilling your purpose. If you continue your training with the same determination, you will achieve great success. Keep going. I support you. The disciples were stunned by the words of the master. Master, save us. Faint cries were heard, but the master had already left. Master, save us! Older disciples. I didn't say what I was going to kill or maim you. Maybe we talk in the guest house? No, no, came the reply. A few days after that, Cheonma was sitting on a mat. He was concentrating his chi energy into the dantan. Although the dantan was still very small and weak, it gave a sense of peace and tranquility. Cheonma reasoned, I have learned a lot about Huangshan School recently. First of all, the House of White Plum Blossoms was like a dormitory. This was because there were few people willing to enter into a real contract between apprentice and master. In the second, the school leader and his assistants. They are very weak in both theory and practice. Their strength cannot be compared to the former glory of the Huangshan School. Naturally, the disciples are even weaker. Moreover, the disciples entered the school to establish connections. But none of that matters. So the great Cheonma is here, and must make the Huangshan School become the strongest sect. This dream is realizable. At breakfast in the dining hall, the disgruntled elder disciples talked among themselves. You can't practice so much, said one of them. My fingers can't hold the chopsticks. Hey, Elder Joe Gull! Could you talk to the junior one? I haven't been able to eat for days on end. It's driving me crazy. Shut up, said the elder. You're talking too much. What do you think your elder is? A boy is on the run? The junior one isn't avoiding and hiding, continued to say the upper pupil. Why don't you go to him and tell him what you think about it and what your problems are? The disgruntled college student didn't react in any way. That same evening, Joe Gull approached the elder Yungong. Can you spare a few minutes? Yes, of course, replied Yungong, and they went out into the garden. Elder, said Joe Gull thoughtfully, what do you think about Huangshan? That's quite a difficult question, replied Yungong, because once I return to my city, my education in Huangshan will be over. But, didn't you plan to spend your whole life in the Huangshan sect? Asked Joe Gull. Yes, you're right, replied Yungong. I thought, Joe Gull continued to say, that the Huangshan sect was finished. Show more respect, Yungong interrupted him. You can't talk about it with that expression on your face. Yes, I thought so. Joe Gull paused. But now that Cheonma has appeared, I've changed my mind. Even though we were forced to train hard, I realized that I never pushed myself to the point of exhaustion. I have always taken care of myself, and this boy pretends that he is not the least bit tired, even though his workload is many times greater than ours. And I want to learn to live and do the same, with the same enthusiasm and passion. I am trying my best to become a master of such a level that the whole world will be talking about. Yes, Yungong replied. I agree with your desire. Cheonma, who was resting in a tree in the garden at the time, happened to overhear their conversation. The warrior's conversation made him very happy. These two are ready for a change, noted the young man. Also supported me, but that's not enough. I still have some serious tasks to accomplish. Cheonma's musings were interrupted by shouts before entering the school. Some people were shouting, Sect leader! Come out here! The sect leader must come out! Open up! Open up now! What the hell is this? What's going on? Cheonma wondered, and went to the entrance of the school. The banging on the door and shouting continued. Open up! Open up now! Shouted the people in front of the entrance. Sect leader! Come out to us! Finally, they couldn't stand it any longer, and the whole crowd ran into the schoolyard. The gatekeeper and Unam tried to stop the crowd. Get out of the way! Shouted the crowd. They broke into the school? Surprised Cheonma. What the hell? What's going on here? The attacking people shouted. We've waited too long. We don't have any more time. When will you give us our money back? What? Give them their money back? Cheonma was indignant. How did the school get into this situation? Give us our money back, the people chanted. We don't have time to wait. Leader, aren't you ashamed of yourself? Come out now. The door opened, and the Huangshan sect leader appeared on the doorstep. What brings you at this late hour? Said the leader calmly. To such a remote place? Yes, there's no doubt about it, Cheon Myeong thought. He is indeed the sect leader. His every word and action emits a layer of aura. A full-figured man came forward. It was the owner of Kong Pavilion. The school leader said, I didn't expect the owner of the pavilion himself to come to us. Owner laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. It's not too embarrassing to visit you on this occasion. I didn't want to climb this mountain again, said the pavilion owner. But a lot of people have asked me to do so. So please understand. Sect leader, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All the deadlines we've agreed on have already passed. We have already tried to understand your school's situation, and if we follow the contract, we have to double your debt. But since the Huangshan sect has done many good things in the past and saved our lives many times, we are trying to behave very politely. 7 days, said head Huangshan. If you don't make it in time, the merchant continued, we will confiscate the Huangshan school temple. At the audacity of the request, Cheonma had a hiccup and was suddenly noticed. Look at that, said the audience of the performance. Scaring the baby. Cheonma called out to elder disciples. Explain to me what's going on, asked the young man. Are they traders from Hua Prefecture? Yes, replied disciples. Cheonma thought for a moment. We should stay away, decided Jogul. No telling how this will end. Sajaye, said Jogul. Hua Prefecture. Isn't that the village under the mountain? You're right, Sohyen, replied Yunjong. I remember that, from the time when I traded with my father. So the Huangshan sect borrowed money from merchants, Cheonma asked. I don't know anything about it, Yunjong replied. But I know about the merchant who owns the Kong Pavilion. He is the owner of the Taihua Pavilion in Hua Prefecture. This man owns the biggest pavilion in the prefecture and takes part in all affairs because he is the richest in the village. He owns the Taihua Pavilion? Cheonma shouted. He owns the Taihua Pavilion? Calm down, Saji, say upper disciples. Calm down? You told me to calm down? Asked Junior. Taihua Pavilion belonged to the Huangshan school. With anger, Cheonma grabbed Jongul by the shirt. This laggard really owns Taihua. And they're trying to confiscate our temple just because they loaned our school money? Yes, that's right, responded Jogul. Something's not right here, said Cheonma, and letting go of Jogul's shirt. It's very strange that the first person who offered to lend money to Huangshan was the owner of Taihua. This means that all these actions are pre-planned. Soyen Jogul. Yes, Sajay, answered Jogul. Do you remember what I told you about Thing? Said Cheonma. Please bring it. What are you talking about, Thing, Sajay? That thing, the warrior began to say. Aha. That thing. Jogul ran forward. A few minutes later, he brought out a kimono, a strange color. What are you going to do with it? Asked Jogul. In Buddhist literature, said Cheonma, there is one saying that goes, kill the Buddha. If you meet your ancestor, kill him. If you meet the Buddha, kill him. To reach the great level of the Tao, you must violate the very path of the Tao. I'm going on a quest to find the true Tao, Cheonma said as he finished changing his clothes. Sajay, where are you going? The elders wondered. Do you really want to leave the school? Cheonma is crazy. After descending from the mountain, Cheonma sneaked into the village to the pavilion. At this time, The merchants who attacked Huangshan had gathered for dinner and were chatting amongst themselves. "Did you see the sect leader's face?" said one of them. The leader was very worried. "And no wonder. We gave them one last chance," the merchants replied. "How much do they owe us?" asked the pavilion owner Kong. "About 100,000 nyang," answered the treasurer. "The leader was very surprised to see the owner of Kong Pavilion with us," said the treasurer. "That's right." Owner of the pavilion took the floor. "Even though I am a merchant who is interested in profit," he said, "I am sorry to do this to them. After all, our relationship has been going on for centuries." "Exactly," said the treasurer. "But you've already done all you can. How many favors have you given them already? Everyone will praise you for your generosity." "Well," said the merchant, "I should hope so. Yes, they're so carefree. How can one live such simpletons? Ha, ha." One of the merchants tried to speak in defense of the Huangshan sect. The strength of the Huangshan school should not be looked down upon. Their true strength is not in their combat power. What one should fear most is its history. There was no one in Shaanxi province who was not related to the Huangshan school. However, they are now greatly weakened. They have become as delicate as a duck whose skin is torn by the impact of the wands. "By the way, Kong Pavilion owner," his assistant turned to the merchant, "what will you do with Mount Hua Temple when you confiscate it? After all, won't it be very hard to sell? Maybe take something else from them?" "The value of the temple is far greater," replied the merchant, "than you can imagine. Although it looks very old at first glance, I can guarantee its value." "Ha, ha! I really don't know what you're talking about right now," chuckled the assistant. "I can't tell you directly," the merchant quipped, "but we can use the enemies of Huangshan to our advantage. How many sects do you think would be willing to have such an opportunity? To suffer minor financial losses to destroy the Huangshan sect? So don't worry. You will all get your money. You're very perceptive and clever as always," said the treasurer. "Then everything is in order. Let's raise our glasses to the smartest merchant and owner of Kong Pavilion." "Here's to you," shouted the merchants. "For you." After dinner, the pavilion owner went out for a walk through the streets of the village. "Yes," he pondered aloud, "if I can get the money out of Huangshan, that will be great, because that amount will be enough for me for the rest of my days." Pavilion owner Kong is very picky when it comes to talking about money. Everything is wonderful, and the moon. Damn, where's the moon? The merchant wondered. It must be the new moon. It's still worth walking the main streets at such a dark time. And then it seemed to the merchant that someone was standing in front of him. He looked closely and saw a small figure in a dark kimono. Suddenly the figure said, "Hey you, stop. This man looks like he's come out of an ancient painting," thought the merchant. "These are the robber's clothes, 100 years old. And he's so small." "By the way," said the merchant, "do robbers still wear such clothes?" "Do burglars," came the reply. "Report that they are burglars?" "Are you really a robber?" surprised the merchant. "I'm not interested in money," Cheon Myeong replied. "Just answer me a couple questions and you'll walk away unharmed." "Ha ha ha ha! I don't have much of a choice," the merchant reasoned. "I could answer your questions, but I have a lot of friends to see me off. So you don't stand a chance, ha ha." "Yes," replied Cheon Myeong. "These are top-notch bodyguards. You can tell right away." "Master." "Should we kill him?" said one of the guards. "Not yet. Catch him, I want to question him," the merchant said. "I'm not much for violent scenes," thought the pavilion owner, and turned away from the action. "And the guards are overreacting as usual." After a while the merchant heard some groaning. "I told you," the merchant said loudly. "Leave him a chance to speak." Turning around, the owner of the pavilion felt bad. His entire army was lying on the ground, and the little robber uttered, "People should really listen to what they're told, but there are always those who don't listen. Come here. I repeat that I'll let you go safely if you answer a few questions." "Understood. Yes, master." If you had not resisted and answered the questions, I would have left you alone, but you resisted. Cheonma continued his monologue. But don't worry, I'll make it so that you can talk anyway. After a brief but friendly conversation, the merchant agreed to answer all of Cheonma's questions. Are you claiming that Huangshan's school took over 100,000 nyang? Asked Cheonma. Yes, that's right, replied the merchant. Strange, the young man pondered. Even if I completely rob you right now, I won't even collect 100 nyang. Right, and you still claim that you lent the decrepit Huangshan school 100,000 yang? You see, the merchant hesitated. We lend money at a high interest rate, and if the debt is not paid, the interest during this time grows even more. After that, the rate of interest on the debt far exceeds the amount owed, and if you put pressure on the creditor. The young man didn't let the merchant finish, because he couldn't help himself and hit him. An all too simple but brazen scheme for taking money had been provided. I heard, Cheonma continued the conversation, that you're the owner of the Huayin cotton shop? Yes, the merchant replied faintly. And when did you buy the shop? Asked the junior. What? The cotton shop has always belonged to my family, boldly replied the pavilion owner. This can't be. Cheonma hesitated. The shop has always belonged to Huangshan. It was only because of Huangshan that Huayin was able to grow from a small village to a large-scale settlement because all the large and profitable businesses belonged to Huangshan. The businesses were entrusted to managers, and so when Huangshan fell into decline, these managers took over the businesses. Is that how it works? Wait. Don't hit me, begged the merchant. A groan was heard in the courtyard, and one of the guards rose to his feet and drew his sword. Damned boy, said the bodyguard, attacked from behind and defeated everyone? I'm Yong Bin, nicknamed Die Hard. I think you've heard that name. After all, judging by your sword wielding, you're no ordinary robber? Answer me. Who are you? I'm sorry. Cheonma replied. My knowledge is too little. If I told you my name, how would that help you? I must know who will die by my sword, the bodyguard declared proudly. Sure, you just fainted from one punch and now you're going to kill me? Surprised the young man. Protect yourself, Jongbin shouted. This was a mature and strong fighter with a certain swordsmanship. But strength and speed weren't all that important for saber swordsmanship. While defending against Jongbin's sword strike, Cheonma thought, I have the skills of a master of the Huangshan school. After all, I was called the noble sword of white plum blossoms for a reason. Therefore, Jongbin has very little chance even though I am in a boy's body. After performing the plum blossoms bloomed again punch, Jongbin couldn't do anything. You'll have to wait a bit longer, said Cheonma, to kill me. No, it can't be, said the merchant. Cheonma, in the excitement of the battle, had already forgotten about the merchant. Damn! Did he recognize my style? Excited the young man. What a polished and admirable technique, whispered the merchant, a superb level of skill. But most importantly, I caught a hint of freshness. What note of freshness did they catch? Thought the warrior. That won't do. I recognize you, said the merchant. You came from Zhongnan? What? I'll have to agree, Cheonma decided. Yes, I'm from Zhongnan. Yes, I knew it, the salesman said. Ask away, I'll answer all your questions. The hall of Huangshan School had been a nervous atmosphere since Cheon Myeong left. The elder disciples couldn't find the strength to go rest. They could only wander nervously in the corridors. Where is he? Asked Jogul nervously for the umpteenth time. Don't be nervous, replied Yun Gong. Cheonma won't let himself get hurt. He'll come back. He will definitely come back. I don't want any trouble to happen, said Jogul. Suddenly, the door opened, and Cheonma appeared in the doorway. Yay! You're back, shouted the elders. Are you all right? Questioned the junior. That's for us to ask, replied the elders with glee. It's all right. We had a heart-to-heart talk, and they gave us some money, the young man replied mockingly. As he dressed in the clothes of a third-degree Huangshan disciple, Cheonma recalled his conversation with the merchant. Did you come from Zhongnan? The merchant inquired. It's good that I wasn't exposed, but it's very frustrating. No matter how great the plum blossom sword style is, it is no longer a symbol of the glorious Huangshan school. That said, the merchant who has spent his entire life in Huayin didn't recognize Huangshan even after seeing my style. By the way, Junior, asked Zhou Gull, where did you go? Children don't need to know about this. Cheongman laughed. You're a child yourself. The elder one scolded. Never mind. Gather the others. It's time to start practicing, Cheongmen commanded. Today? Surprised Zhou Gull. You just got back, didn't you? Listen, elder, replied the young man. No matter what, neither rain nor snow nor blizzard can stop us from our morning workout. Now that's determination. I'm going to get everyone together now, and you— No, replied the junior. I can't participate. I have other things to do. Elder apprentice Yunjun intervened. Junior, only you can do the training. If you're waiting for efficiency, then you'll have to do the training. All right, get started, replied Cheon Myeong. I'll be there. Cheon Myeong lay down on the tatami. I have a few minutes to think about the steps to be taken. So the former business managers, Cheon Myeong continued to think, stole all the business. Because after the fire, big book that recorded all the income and expenses, as well as all the movable and immovable property that belonged to Huangshan, disappeared. If it had been preserved, none of this would have happened. Shit! What am I gonna do? Why don't I break into the merchant's house and just kill them? No! I can't do that. Because there'll be a rumor that Huangshan is robbing the merchants with the help of a small child. We have to find a way out so that we don't have to pay the merchant's debt. It is necessary to prove that all the enterprises belong to Huangshan. Only where to find the big book. The big book? I remember John Moon making notes in it. As soon as I came in, John Moon would hide that thin book tighter. Stop! He was writing in a thin book. So the big book was somewhere else. Because it must have been a big book. I believe there is a secret vault that only John Moon has access to. Yes. Yes. I've heard a couple times about the existence of such a vault. It's most likely located near the sect leader's house. The leader's house is still in the same place, meaning. So, the vault is located on the hill behind Yan Moon's house. No one can get there without entering the sect head's house. Great! Cheong Men exclaimed. It's a treasure hunt! Yan Moon, turned the sect head spirit to the young man. I'll have to find the stash. Forgive me, Yan Moon. Cheong Men immediately began his search. To do so, he took a pickaxe and went to the hill. Wow. I'm gonna die like this. Cheong Men thought to himself as he tried to find the secret on the hill behind the sect leader's house. Even though it's a small hill, it's still a mountain, and it's not easy to find anything on it. Especially when you only use hand tools. We have to find a way out, otherwise we can dig here for a year. Concentrating the chi energy in his dantan, Cheong Myeong decided to use a pulse of energy to search for the vault. Once the energy encountered the void, it would reflect in space. But this method takes a lot of energy, and it's not easy to recover. This method had yet to produce any results, and there was no longer any strength. I'll try it one last time, Cheong Myeong decided. Suddenly, he felt that his energy had encountered a void. Did you really find it? Cheong Myeong couldn't believe it. Yes, I found it. Now digging was necessary. Quickly grabbing a tool, the young man set to work. Once I get into the vault, I can solve everything. The young man dug until he saw a brickwork. Is it brick? Thought Cheong Myeong. Strange. Was the roof of the vault made of ordinary bricks? Wasn't there a treasury there? The brick could be removed, and the young man took advantage of it. It turned out that it was not a vault, but a corridor that led to the door of the vault. Someone's footsteps were heard. Cheong Myeong stopped dead in his tracks. In the gap, he saw the head of the sect leader. The sect head was walking towards the door that was to the right of the crevice. So the sect head knows about the existence of the vault. The sect leader walked to the door and stopped in front of it. Is this door the entrance to the treasury? Cheonma wondered. Only I can't understand what the sect leader is doing with the door. I see. He can't do anything with it. The sect leader can't open the vault door. He doesn't have access. Yes. The school is falling apart. That's what we have to deal with. Running a school like this is a dead end. It is so hard on the sect leader. Seeing your baby go down. How does the head feel? He can't share this pain with anyone. Everyone looks up to him. The head is the support and hope of all the disciples and masters of the school. In this place, the head is trying to find the strength to face the hostile world. It's dawn! And Cheonma decided to try to get into the vault. We must try to open this door. The door was very massive and impregnable. Trying to influence it with chi energy did not work. The door simply reflected the energy like a mirror. Is this eternal iron? The young man asked himself. The door was almost half a meter thick. This is a very valuable metal, and making a vault out of it is like making it out of gold. Only a strong earthquake can break such a door. Now it's clear why the current head doesn't even try to open the door. The problem is that I won't be able to break the door either. My teacher didn't have the ability to cut through eternal iron. But if this is a door and Cheonma could enter it, then there is a way to open it. I just have to find a way. What's that strange pattern on the door? Those are sword lines. The drawing was very similar to the 24-palm sword style of the plum blossom sword. Cheonma kept parsing the drawing of the door. He recognized the 6 interaction style as well as the bamboo skill. Thus, a picture began to emerge. Only by combining these styles could the door to the vault be opened. So I've solved the key, said Junior. There's just one little problem left. How do I do it? If I were the past, nothing would stop me. But now I'm a little boy who didn't have the energy to do it all at once. Not exactly a hopeless situation, but I wouldn't want to take the opportunity. If I use my life, it's going to take me at least a month to recover. But I'll have to use my life energy, because I have no other choice. Gathering all his strength to perform an exercise that could have cost him his life, Cheonma began his sword dance. He was no longer tormented by the thought of having to endure, but only pondered. There will be no second chance. It's hard. My body and mind are on edge. But I can't give up, Cheonma said, but he didn't stop. From 6 interactions to bamboo skill. From the mastery of the bamboo, we move on to the 24 palms of the plum blossom. You can't cut ties! I am a noble plum blossom blade, Cheonma shouted, and fell to the stone floor after finishing his exercise. Everything around him was splattered with blood. Will it open? If I couldn't open the door, all my suffering was in vain, thought Cheonma. The drawing on the door lit up with a strange glow, and the door began to open little by little. It's opened, said Cheonma, and crouched down from a terrible attack of pain. I don't have a month to recover, decided the warrior. I'll need much more time. How difficult it is to rebuild one's school. Let's go. Let's see what Cheonma was hiding. It's opened, said Cheonma, and crouched down from a terrible attack of pain. I don't have a month to recover, decided the warrior. I'll need much more time. How difficult it is to rebuild one's school. Let's go. Let's see what Cheonma was hiding. After opening the door, Cheonma looked around the vault. The storage room was impressive. There were 3 bookcases filled with manuscripts and books. Although why was it built out of eternal iron? Only the best and richest schools could afford to build with eternal iron. Cheonma lamented every day that there was no money. That's where they went. Standing in front of the bookcase, Cheonma looked through the books. One of them caught his eye. When he opened it, he was stunned. It was the big book he had been looking for. Cheonma made a copy of this book that was in the Finance and Economics Pavilion. Damned merchants, shouted Cheonma. You're finished. Strange. There's nothing here but books. If old Cheonma had hidden some money. I'd eat, drink, and rebuild the school. But it's empty. What's in the second cupboard? It is a secret technique? I wonder if this technique is practiced? Stop. These are not the current teachings. These are forgotten teachings, almost lost to the Huanshan school. Janmun. It was difficult for you to destroy even the things that needed to be removed from the next generations. You hid them here so that they wouldn't have a bad influence on the disciples while in the library. How many anxieties and doubts plagued you? While the first cabinet proves that Janmun Hanshan valiantly did his duty, the second cabinet shows his worries and love for Huanshan. Don't worry, Janmun, said Chongmen. I will make sure that the Huanshan school is revived. No, I will make the school reach extraordinary heights and honor. What is the third cabinet? It contains only one scroll. The letter is personally signed by the head of the Huangshan sect. The text reads, "The one who reads this text is the sect leader who has been appointed and approved as the head of the new generation." Sometimes a single line contains more than 1,000 words spoken at the wrong time. Therefore, I will express my will in a letter. Being the leader of the school is not about keeping the school in check. If you're my successor, you already know that. Because a school is led by its disciples. They are the future of the school. The leader acts only as a conduit to protect them from bad things, considered actions, and helping them realize their potential. I wish that when you become the head of the school, you will not worry about how to run the school. Huangshan is Huangshan. Huangshan is a spirit and energy that no one can manipulate and control at will. Even in decline or in a new bloom, Huangshan will continue to exist. To ensure that the aspirations of Huangshan, carefully guarded by the ancestors, do not fade away, and that the school will continue to exist for many years to come, we raise successors and pass on our will to them. As the eldest and previous head, I place a great burden on you. Yes, the elder liked to talk a lot, Cheongmen said. Of course, these lists are not exactly the treasures I was looking for, but it's enough to fend off the cursed merchants. After all, the most important thing is that I found the big book. With this book, I can get back all the business that belonged to Huangshan. Stop, interrupted the young man's thoughts. The structure of the vault is somewhat suspicious. The Janmun I knew was very meticulous and careful. Even his kerosene lamps were spaced so as to give an even light. And there's an empty third cabinet? It seems to me that there is definitely something in it, and Cheongmen pushed the third cupboard away. Whoa! I found it! There's something in there. I found a treasure trove, rejoiced the young man. There were bars of gold, precious and ancient swords, and even a mountain of riches and secret techniques. Damn! I'm rich! It was morning. The sect head stood glumly by the window. Sad thoughts hovered in his mind. For some people this day will bring joy, Janmun thought. But for me, it will bring only sorrow. I have 5 days left until the day of reckoning, and I have no money to pay the merchants. His musings were interrupted by Ungom's shoot. Leader, called the gatekeeper. Yes, Ungom, what's the matter? Asked the heat of school, stepping out onto the threshold of his house. Come on, I'll tell you all about it on the way. But please, said Ungom, to be very fast. You have to see for yourself. Go, where to? The elder asked incredulously. But, all right, lead me. Yes, sir, Ungom replied. Go for it. They were running along a path through the forest. On the way they saw a couple of disciples lying on the ground. What has happened to those poor children? The sect leader asked. They're the ones who exercise on their own in the mornings, the gatekeeper replied. That's it! We're here! Ungom announced. There was some disciple sitting under a tree. Cheongman! The gatekeeper called out to him. Come over here, please, said the young man. Strange, why you? Surprised the sect leader. And what's going on here after all? Don't be angry, leader, said the junior. Just look over here. You're very tired, said the leader. I'm very concerned about your health. What's so important? Cheongmen took a step back and the leader saw bars of gold, swords, and papers. It's me, I found it by accident, the young man said modestly. The head was at a loss for words. "How is this possible?" said the leader in astonishment. Cheon Myeong pretended that he urgently needed to leave. "Yes, yes, go." The sect leader looked at the piles of gold and couldn't believe he was seeing it with his own eyes. "But the most important thing is this book," said the sect leader. The book was titled, "Accounting for Enterprises of the Great Huangshan Clan in Huai'an." "If anything happens to this book," thought the leader, "I will never forgive myself." Opening the book and beginning to read, the leader suddenly fainted. "These are the 7 tenets of the wild plum," the leader managed to utter and fainted again. The head opened his eyes. He was in his bed in his house. "Box!" shouted sect leader. "Box! Is he all right?" "Thank heavens, you're awake," said Ungum. "Get me the head of the finance department right away," the sect leader commanded. Henan, the head of the finance department, appeared. "Yes, leader, I've checked everything," said Cheon Myeong. "These are all originals." "So everything written in these books is true?" questioned the head of sect. "Yes," replied the head of the finance department. "I even double-checked the authenticity of the property titles. These are government certificates. They are proof. We can return all the businesses, including Taihui Tower, even now. And these treasures will cover the debt of 100,000 niang." "Thank you," said the headed sect. "There's nothing but good news all around. It's a baby. Who knew that one child who set out to change our lives would lift us from our knees? Cheon Myeong has become our lucky ticket." The sect leader stood up. "If the dig book is authentic, I need to summon someone. Come on, summon all the Huangshan business owners to me." Merchant Khan and a group of shopkeepers were climbing Huangshan Mountain. "Hey! Stop pushing! I'm going to fall!" shouted one of the shopkeepers, trying to hold on to the steep slope of the mountain. Merchant Khan tried to cheer them up and calm them down, saying, "It's only a little bit left to Huashan. Be patient." Master Yu kept walking in exhaustion, slipping all the time. Master Yu was not satisfied with everything. He stopped for a short rest and leaned on a large rock. "When I get the money, I'll forget about this nightmare place. I can't see this school anymore." There were questions among the Huaina merchants. They were whispering over what the occasion was for which they had been summoned to Huangshan. "Why did the head suddenly call us to climb Mount Hua Sect?" one merchant asked another. "Has he definitely prepared the money?" asked the other in turn. For the shopkeepers hoped to get the money. Merchant Khan in turn speculated, 100,000 niang is hardly a small sum. The leader must be asking for help. He can't get any money. It's no use begging on the day of reckoning. So he called us in advance. Master Yu fell to his knees from fatigue, but suddenly became animated and began to voice his dissatisfaction. "What a thing. Order Edos to come, only to beg for help. This is the first time I've met such shameless debtors. Master Yu only wants to get rid of all this." The business owners were surprised by such statements, but they said, "Yes, he may have debt problems, but he is still the head of the great Huashan school. Don't speak too harshly about him." But Master Yu couldn't help but have various conjectures. "It can't be. We won't be left without money, right?" The mere appearance of a person from Zhongnan shows that they also have views on the Huangshan school. But the merchant kept pondering. "My stake is 5,000 niang. I could live my whole life without denying myself anything, and I won't have to trade anymore." The journey of the owners was long and not easy, but they arrived at the gates of Huangshan. The merchants were overcome with bitter thoughts. The legacy of the Huashan school, which has stood guard over Huaina for centuries, will be interrupted by my hands. Each merchant pondered. If they don't make concessions to the head today, Huangshan wouldn't stand for 7 days. Some merchants wanted to help, but others wanted to end the matter once and for all. The merchants approached the gates of the great school to shake out the debt, swollen like cotton dampened with water. Merchant Khan smiled slyly. Ungum appeared in his usual attire. Ungum greeted the merchants with all respect. "Glad to welcome you." And he bowed. "The head is waiting for you. Please, come this way." Ungum, led all the owners to the head of the school, who was already waiting for the shopkeepers. The merchants showed their respect and greeting. Greetings to the head. Welcome. You have had to travel such a dangerous journey, said the head of school as he greeted his guests. Don't worry, answered the con merchant for everyone. We have a lot to do, of course, but the head must have more worries. Certainly we were obliged to come. It was hard going up the mountain. Would you like some tea? The head of the school tried to offer understanding on his part. Head, forgive the impertinence, but we are insignificant merchants, and would prefer idle pleasure to dealing with pressing matters. Merchant Khan wanted to get things done quickly after all. The head pondered for a moment. That's how it is. And still began his speech. I have acted selfishly. In truth, I gathered you here today to tell you about Huangshan's position. Everyone watched the situation, listening to every word the head said. The head continued. I've been looking for money to pay you back for a long time, but I couldn't. The head paused for a second before uttering. No matter how much I try, I will not be able to repay the debt on the appointed date. Merchant Khan uttered. Head, we've given you enough time. We need something to live on too. We can't delay the date any longer. The head of the school continued. This is what I'm talking about. I won't be able to return all the money, but I will pay for some of it. Is there anyone here who is ready to wait? The head bowed and spoke once more. Please, give Huangshan some help. The head looked at the merchants. Many of them were at a loss. Master Yu couldn't even understand what was going on. Master Yu was as surprised as the rest of the shopkeepers. The situation was unfolding in a different direction. So this is how they decided to proceed? Cheon Myeong heard the entire conversation and pondered. I don't understand it myself yet. Is the head doing this to push them into the underworld? Or is it to show mercy? The outcome could be either way. But one thing is certain. Hyun Jong isn't as simple as he seems. For the head of an entire clan, stealth is an essential trait. He also has to be able to handle profits and losses. While Cheon Myeong was absorbed in his thoughts below, the scene did not stop unfolding. The head also stood with a pleading look. Head, we told you that we can't delay the payment date any longer. Merchant Khan didn't stop. Even last time it was a problem, Merchant Khan reminded him. Don't get us wrong. This time, I'm not addressing Khan's owner. Huashan's debt is 100,000 niang, but each of you should receive a different amount, right? The school head clarified. Therefore, I'm addressing those who are willing to delay their payment date. A pathetic trick, concluded Merchant Khan, who no longer wanted to listen to the head, but wished to close the subject. Merchant Khan answered more insistently. For those who cannot make concessions, will you be able to pay the debt at once? The school head tried to find words. Huangshan School may no longer be the same as the old days, but that doesn't mean that we have no one to lend a helping hand. I couldn't get 100,000 niang, but I still prepared some of it. That's why I'm asking you. Huangshan will definitely repay anyone who steps into our situation today. Merchant Khan didn't believe his words. What nonsense are you talking about? Master Yu decided to inquire. So, you'll thank me if I postpone the date? That's right. Master Yu still had questions. Head, please answer plainly. We realize that the Huangshan School could collapse even tomorrow, but if we trust you and postpone the payment date, doesn't that mean that we might be no money at all? On what basis can we trust you? All the merchants asked themselves the question, what will guarantee us payment of the debt? The head replied, the name, Huangshan. Huangshan's history, isn't that enough for you? The shopkeepers were unhappy with such suggestions. Head, aren't you pushing too hard? The head of the school replied, am I pushing? Then I'll ask a counter question. What does Huangshan mean to you? Does her name, her history hold no value to you? Who would take Huangshan lightly? And who would call Huangshan's story meaningless? The school may be in decline now, but Huangshan has always been inextricably linked to Huayin. Together with you, Huangshan has shared its soul and energy. I want everyone standing here now to once again consider what Huangshan means to them. Merchant Khan suggested, "Then here's what we'll do." Merchant Khan raised his hand. "All those who want to delay the payment date, go to the other side. And those who disagree and want the money today, let them stay where they are." Khan added, and turned his head to the other merchants. "However, the responsibility for the decision is on yourselves. Don't expect the trade alliance to stand up for you, if suddenly you are left without money. Well, it's time to make a choice." The merchants glanced around, but no one dared to take that step. "You see, head, it's unfortunate, but no one is going to cancel the debt," said the merchant. Suddenly, Master Yu moved to the left side. "Master Yu?" Merchant Khan was surprised. Merchant Khan couldn't stop being amazed. "Answer me, Master Yu. What are you even thinking about?" "Don't make that face. I know I'm acting like a traitor myself," said Master Yu. However, Merchant Khan was surprised. "Owner Khan, you're not from Huaina after all. You settled in Huaina as a son-in-law, so you don't understand what Huangshan means to Huaiyan." Master Yu began to recall his childhood. "In Huaina, we all grew up hearing stories about Huangshan. I heard, if you join Huangshan, you'll become a great master. And even after learning that I didn't have a bit of talent in me to get into Huangshan, I grew up surrounded by stories of how Huangshan stood for peace and Shanxi." "Why all of a sudden?" Merchant Khan started to ask, but Master Yu did not stop narrating his story. "It's not just me. My father and my grandfather were also raised like this. That's how much Huangshan is the pride of Shanxi and Huaina." Now turning his head to the other merchants, Master Yu addressed everyone. "After getting the money, you will simply leave this place. Somewhere in Hangzhou, you'll find them very useful. Where will I go? I've spent my whole life in Huayan's land. And that's your whole reason for giving up so much money? You'll regret it." Merchant Khan couldn't believe his own ears and eyes. Master Yu was upset, thinking to himself, "While climbing up the mountain, I was only thinking about how I would get money and make a great living. And now, out of the blue, I'm saying such a thing. I've definitely lost my mind. However," Master Yu clenched his fists and said, "I am still able to feed myself even now. What I'm saying is that even if I don't get this money, I'll still be able to live, maybe regretting not taking it then. But if I trash Huashan for bricks, I'll regret it until I die, encumbered by useless money. I don't want that kind of life. Do as you please. Nothing will change because of you alone." Merchant Khan only scoffed at such a naive act. "Who said one?" Voices were heard from the crowd of merchants, and a few more merchants came over to Master Yu's side. The head nodded as if to say thank you. It's nice to know that there are still those who honor Huangshan. "Ungam, fetch," the head commanded. "Yes, head." And a moment later, Ungum brought out a box. This is it. The big books of Huayin County." Merchant Khan was furious. The head continued. "Since ancient times, Huangshan has been inclined towards you." The head of school addressed. "But you repaid her with betrayal." The head straightened his back and uttered, "Based on the records in the big books, Huangshan will confiscate all the businesses you run, as well as all the property you have gained from them." The merchants got excited. "Leader, what's this all about? What kind of confiscation are you talking about?" The sect leader calmly replied, "It will be just as I said." Merchant Khan replied, "Leader, we liked your joke a lot, but maybe we should stop the buffoonery. Your joke has gone very far." The head of the school replied, "It is unfortunate that the leader of Huangshan School looks like a joker in your eyes." "Sorry, leader," said the merchant. "We don't know how much we can trust these records." "Do you want to accuse the head of Huangshan of cheating?" asked the leader. "Oh no, I wouldn't dare," replied the merchant. "But you might have been misled by those account books too." "I think you may have been misled," said the merchant Khan, "by those fake books." "Perhaps," replied the sect leader. Unham, please call the head of the finance pavilion, Cheon Myeong. Cheon Myeong came in a minute later. The authenticity of these documents needs to be confirmed, said Cheon Myeong, and a thorough investigation. You see, leader, even Cheon Myeong confirms that these documents are not real. Yes, the wisdom of the owner of the Khan Pavilion, continued the head of finance, has no bounds. Therefore, so that there are no further questions, I have sent these documents to the Hawaiian government, and they now confirm their authenticity. Shit! The merchants were scared. While we are here, the government officials will start their on-site inspection. And all the owners concerned are now at the Mount Hua Sect, so we won't be able to stop or interfere with the inspection. It's all gone. So the main purpose of the head of the school, thought the Khan merchant, was to lure us out of Huayna, because in 2 days we could check everything written in these account books. The books in the box are already checked, which means that the government troops are waiting for us at the foot of the mountain, and we will not be allowed to enter our enterprises. All the merchants abruptly clamored and got excited. Quiet! No one gave you the right to make any noise here. You pushed away the hand of a friend who was reaching out to you for help. You tried to stab our school and our shared history and traditions in the back. You are not worthy to be called friends. Go back. It will be over as soon as you return to Huayna. I was planning to confiscate everything without a trace, continued the head of the school. But then, I decided to allow you to take 1 wagon load of stuff. Shit, hissed the Khan merchant. I won't be in debt. And he turned and walked away abruptly. The other merchants looked on in bewilderment. And you, the leader, turned to the merchants who had agreed to the debt deferment, have not lost your humanity, and therefore, I allow you to continue to operate your businesses. However, the businesses belong to the Huangshan school. Huangshan will return everything that was lost, but you will be able to share the profits with us. If you agree with my proposal, please come in and discuss individually. That's it, thought the owner of the cotton shop. I've gone from owner to deputy director, but it's better than depending on the Khan merchant all my life. Cheon Myeong, who was watching this scene from afar, was indignant. What kind of cart with stuff? The sect head is very generous. All the possessions belong to Huangshan. No one was allowed to scatter them. And Cheongman set out to resolve this conflict according to his own judgment, that is, not to give the merchants a single chance to take possession of Huangshan's property. As Cheon Myeong descended the mountain, the merchants had already packed their belongings and were slowly moving in the opposite direction of Huayna. They were remembering what they had just experienced. When the merchants descended the mountain, a government squad was already waiting for them to arrest them. If not for the sect leader's request, the merchants would have been imprisoned. But as promised by the sect leader, the merchants were given the opportunity to pack up and leave. The traders were very dissatisfied with the Khan owner. If I hadn't believed and acted on the Khan owner's instructions, each of the merchants reflected, I wouldn't be dragging a heavy wagon down a hot and dusty path right now. Owner Khan, said one of the merchants, what do we do now? Say something. If we didn't believe you and did what you told us to do. Merchant Khan stopped and asked, are you accusing me now? No, scared the merchant. I just meant, but don't be in a hurry. We need to find shelter from the rain now. Think about it, replied the owner of the Khan. How can these books be authentic? They're fake. The head of the sect slipped in fake books. Didn't the government confirm their authenticity? Surprised the merchants. I took a quick look and I thought the books were authentic. Of course not, exclaimed the owner of the Khan. The head of the sect has entered into a conspiracy with the government to take away our businesses and not pay our debts. That's why we're going to loan, and we're going to prove and find a solution to these people. Suddenly there was a noise, and a man in a century-old robber's costume said, What nonsense! Stop telling lies! Khan's owner interjected in surprise. Did you say that? Is there anyone else here besides me? Cheonma replied. Owner Khan thought, a man in a burglar's costume is trying to clash with us during daylight hours? Who could it be? And he doesn't look good. Could it be some old man out of his mind? Are you trespassing on our property? Questioned Khan's owner. Get out of here. Unless you want to say goodbye to your life. I beg your pardon, is this your property? Asked the robber. I am not going to rob you, but to return my property, which is mine by right. Your possessions? Surprised at the merchant Khan? So, you're from the Huangshan school? How fortunate. I was just about to beat someone from Huangshan. Here. The bodyguards of Khan's owner came forward and tried to engage in a fight with the brave old man. The fight lasted for a couple of minutes. To the guard's surprise, the robber could not be defeated quickly. The little man was evading all the attacks of the fighters and was landing very painful blows himself. Punch! Another punch! But they all hit nothing. The little man was moving so fast at the last second that it was unbelievable. Cheon Myeong was dodging and striking with such precision and speed that it looked like they were fighting a dozen fighters, not one martial artist. Finally, using the 24-palm cherry blossom technique, the bodyguards were defeated. Khan's owner watched the duel very closely. Child, the one who attacked me, said the merchant, didn't live long. But tell me, are there still martial artists left in Huangshan? And turned to his guard and said, Get out of here. Nobody's trash. After that, he continued talking to Cheon Myeong. Why weren't you visible? If you weren't hiding, Huangshan wouldn't be in such a dire situation. But unfortunately, you showed up at the wrong time. Today, you will die by my hand, and your dead body will be a warning to the sect head. While continuing to talk, Merchant Khan accumulated energy to attack Cheon Myeong. The sect head will probably be very upset when he finds out that you were killed by me. Prepare to die. Yes, Cheon Myeong thought. I knew it wasn't a simple merchant. Don't worry, shouted Khan's owner. I'll be done with you in no time, but you still have a lot to tell me. The sect leader will probably be very upset when he finds out I killed you. Prepare to die. Yes, Cheon Myeong thought. I knew it wasn't a simple merchant. Don't worry, shouted Khan's owner. I'll be done with you in no time, but you still have a lot to tell me. The simplicity of Merchant Khan's demeanor did not mislead the noble plum blossom blade warrior. Cheon Myeong was ready to attack, especially since Merchant Khan was not just a fighter, but a well-trained martial artist who knew about Cheon Myeong's abilities. Merchant Khan realized that he was going to have a very difficult time with this robber. He has a sleepy look on his face, thought the merchant, but I'm going to wipe him off the face of the earth now. Damn, thought the merchant. That damn bastard blocked my charged fist and the energy flooded back. You've slowed down too much, said Cheon Myeong. You better stop. Otherwise your fingers will explode. Kick was the merchant's signature kick, and no fighter had ever been able to resist it. But something strange happened. The robber moved so fast that it seemed like he had just disappeared. As soon as the merchant discovered Cheon Myeong, he tried to strike again with his charged fist. The result was the same as before. The merchant had the impression that his fingers would simply explode. The merchant fell to his knees, unable to hold back his scream. Say, Merchant Khan turned to Cheon Myeong. Are you that fast? No, replied the warrior. I warned you that only your fingers would be hurt in the beginning. The merchant continued to ponder. He's not that strong, not that fast, but he looks like he can defeat 7. But I can still even touch even his clothes. The stranger is constantly slow, but at the right moment he moves with incredible speed and just in time. There is nothing superfluous in his movements. It feels like I'm fighting a demon. Cheon Myeong was also feeling very unwell. The strength lost in the dungeon and during the treasure hunt was gradually leaving him. How is it, asked the merchant, that someone like you has never once made yourself known? Cheon Myeong stopped and replied, What do you need this knowledge for? If you find out what my name is, how will it help you? This is probably where I should be asking. For a simple pavilion owner, you're a very good fighter. Is such a martial artist really content with being just a pavilion owner in Huaina? There's no law, replied Khan, which prohibits martial arts masters from being business owners. That's right, no, said Cheon Myeong. But a master has much more opportunities to acquire fame and money than a mere merchant. You mean? Enraged Merchant Khan. No. Everyone. Forget about it. responded Cheon Myeong. This isn't a conspiracy and wasn't planned in advance. This is my personal initiative, and I don't take orders from anyone. Is that what you mean? Yes, replied the merchant. That's exactly right. You have no imagination whatsoever, Cheon Myeong retorted. Then here's a riddle for you. What do I have to do to find out information from fighters like you? How should I know? Surprised the merchant replied. I need to beat them up, said Cheon Myeong. What? What's the use of shaking something that can't be shaken? Replied Merchant Kon. I'm not answering you. Then stand still, shouted Cheon Myeong. I'll just beat you up. The merchant didn't like the idea. With the speed the robber is moving, I can fight back. This man is aiming for the knee. I'll fend off that blow. But what is it? The robber hit me in the shoulder. How did he do that? A blow to the head? I'm definitely blocking the blow. The merchant thought to himself as he lost consciousness. When the merchant woke up, his thoughts came to a head. I never managed to dodge that boy's punch. I've never been able to dodge a punch. At this rate, I'll be dead soon. If you look into his eyes, they are the eyes of a killer. No, I don't want to die, shouted the merchant. Cheon Myeong swung his sword in an attempt to end the battle. The merchant defending himself used a technique called Lord Taya's Palm to stop the sword that was hanging over the merchant's head. Cheon Myeong stopped in surprise. Hey you! The warrior turned to the merchant. So you're from the Cheonma sect? This is news, thought Cheon Myeong, the owner of the pavilion in Huaina, who was driving Huang Shan into debt by skillfully using Zhongnan's techniques. You were sent here by Zhongnan's school? Cheon Myeong asked. Damn it, thought the merchant. I had to be patient, even if they slit my throat. I showed it all in front of the Huang Shan representative. That was my fatal mistake. If he hadn't caught me off guard by suddenly swinging his sword, I wouldn't have used the Lord Tai's palm. But if it was all thought up by that damn robber, then that person is very shrewd. Well? Cheon Myeong asked. Shall we continue to be silent? Well, that's loyalty. I like that outcome too. Zhongnan's school is not a weak school, but a long time ago. There has been animosity between our schools, but even this cannot diminish the glory of Zhongnan's school. The Zhongnan school has a place among the 9 great schools. Cheon Myeong thought to himself, but it's not a great school to decide its own affairs like this. And the sect leader knows so little that there is no point in carrying out such a complicated operation. But in principle, this knowledge is enough to understand what's going on here. But how the world has changed. Now the great schools compete not in martial arts, but in wealth. And they're cheating people at the same time. It's admirable. Here the merchant said, Isn't this the best way out for Huang Shan? I don't understand you? Asked Cheon Myeong. You know it yourself, replied the merchant. Huang Shan has no hope for the future. Having lost its secret techniques, Huang Shan will never be the same. The question is, how long can a dying school last? I wanted to help shorten the agony, because a school that has lost its masters can't be called a martial arts school. Who told you about this? Cheon Myeong was surprised. Who told you that Huang Shan has lost its secret techniques? Are all of Huang Shan's enemies so bad at logic? You'd better try to crush Huang Shan by force. Cheon Myeong recalled the days of his youth. 2 schools that were very similar to each other, respectful of tradition, always competed with each other. Even their sword styles were very similar. But since these schools are located next to each other, one of them will have a hard time. Cheon Myeong's memories were interrupted by a merchant. No, I'm not from Zhongnan. Yes, whatever you say. I'm not from Huangshan either. What nonsense, said the merchant. Anyway, said Cheon Myeong. As a thank you for Taiyi's technique, I'll show you something interesting. I'll be pleased if you recognize it, and hurt if you don't. But betray verbatim to those bastards who sent you that Huangshan is alive. And Cheon Myeong began his performance of his sword dance called 24 Plum Leaves. The merchant couldn't understand what was happening. Cheon Myeong swung his sword dizzyingly over the merchant's head, but did not touch him. When the plum blossoms bloom on the snow, they create an extraordinary thick fragrance. It may be winter now, but the life of Huangshan continues. And in spring, Huangshan blooms with new strength and power. Thousands of lights that looked like plum blossoms surrounded the merchant. He fell to his knees. "What am I seeing right now? Thousands of plum petals falling on my head," thought the merchant. "This is the sword style of 24 plum blossoms, rain of fallen petals. It's an illusion. It can't be." Cheonma put down his sword and pushed the merchant one last time. Cheonma's strength was quickly leaving him. "You could die like this." The boy's body can't take much strain, he thought. This is a problem that needs to be solved somehow. Cheonma turned back to the remaining merchants. "Hey," said Cheonma to one of them. "Come here. Which of you shall I beat up before I go?" "All right. You won't," said the fighter. "Then which one shall I let go?" "Me! No me!" shouted the merchants. "All right, go!" said Cheonma, and the merchants ran away. "Stop! Stop!" shouted the warrior. "Are you completely stupid? How can I carry your wagons alone? Let each of you tell me how much your possessions are worth." "Got it. 1,000 nyang. 1,500 nyang. 2,000 nyang," answered the merchants. "I see. So let's do this," said Cheonma. "Let one of you go to the nearest bank and bring me the money for your possessions. I'll sell it all to you for cash." "What if the man who goes to the bank runs away?" the merchants asked. "Let him run," Cheonma replied. "Isn't that all you have? Then he'll be begging on the street. It's better to part with a part than to lose everything." "What if I report it to the government?" questioned one of the merchants carelessly. "Try it," followed the answer. "But you'd better move to another continent after that, because on this one, your life will be in danger all the time. Because I'll die, but I'll catch you." "Yes," thought the merchants. "Better to fulfill all the conditions of this crazy man." "Why are you standing up?" "Let's go," Cheonma said. After a while, the courier returned with the money. Cheonma took the money and said goodbye to the merchants. "So let's do this," said Cheonma. "Let one of you go to the nearest bank and bring me the money for your possessions. I'll sell it all to you for cash." "What if the man who goes to the bank runs away?" the merchants asked. "Let him run," Cheonma replied. "Isn't that all you have? Then he'll be begging on the street. It's better to part with a part than to lose everything." "What if I report it to the government?" asked one of the traders carelessly. "Try it," followed the reply. "But you'd better move to another continent after that, because on this one, your life will be in danger all the time. Because I'll die, but I'll catch you." "Yes," thought the merchants. "We'd better fulfill all of this psycho's conditions." "Why are you standing up? Let's go," Cheonma said. After a while, the messenger returned with the money. Cheonma took it and said goodbye to the merchants. The morning training session was over. The disciples were so used to the constant training that the training had become a ritual, and no one moaned with fatigue, but still complained. "Today's training has left me exhausted," said one of the disciples. "Do we really have to work from the early dawn?" But this was more of a habit than a real complaint. It was hard to beat one's laziness every day. "The guys have changed a lot," Joe Gull thought. "They've become true disciples of the greatest school." Elder Yun-gong walked over and asked, "Why are you smiling so much? Is something wrong?" "Yes," replied Joe Gull. "I look at our guys and realize that we are now true second-generation disciples." "You think so?" Yun-gong asked. "Though, of course," thought Joe Gull. "That's a strange thought. We've been a school before. But no, now by working on ourselves in the sweat of our brow, we are becoming one." "Yes," said Yun-gong. "I've been thinking about that myself." "Amazing," replied the upper disciple. "I can't believe I would have to train so hard and have the strength and courage to do something like this." "Guys, come on, get up the mountain," shouted the elder. "Yes, elder," responded disciples. "It used to be that me and the boys," Joe Gull continued to ponder, "would go up the mountain to meet the minimum standard and then come back down. But now, things have changed. All of this happened thanks to Cheonma. Although it's still just a breezy, and no one knows if it will turn into a typhoon that will overturn Huangshan, these efforts will bring success in the near future. Coming down the mountain, after the training session, the disciples were amazed at the hustle and bustle that was going on in front of the school gates. "Bring it in! Bring it in! Put it there!" they shouted. "Careful! Don't break it!" the workers were shouting amongst themselves. Ungam was in charge of the whole thing. "Come on, hurry up!" "What is this? Who are these people?" questioned Yungong. "Oh, junior mentor, Yungong." Ungam rejoiced. "Have you already finished training?" "Yes, master," Yungong replied. "What's going on here? Who are these people?" "They're workers," Ungum replied. "The school authorities have decided to seize the moment and overhaul the buildings. You've seen that the buildings are very dilapidated." "Yes, very much so," confirmed Yungon. "All right, now let's all get to work together. Help the workers," Ungum commanded. "Yes, master," responded the disciples. In the evening at dinner, the disciples were in for a new surprise. When they entered the dining room, they were surprised. "What's this?" asked the boys, seeing everyone's portion of Peking duck. "Is that meat? Maybe it's a dream? Meat on our table? It can't be. It's a gift from heaven. It's a miracle." Zhou Gul and Yungong got together in the evening to discuss all the changes that were going on in the school. "I think," said Yungong, "that much of the change was due to Cheongman's intervention. Otherwise, why did the renovations start so quickly? And better food? Did they give out 2 sets of new uniforms?" "Yes," replied Zhou Gul. "If the school has money, that's a very good thing. But I didn't expect the leader to decide to change things so quickly." "Do you think," replied the junior mentor, "the head of the school willingly endured hardship and poverty? It's just that if you don't have the means, you have to live on the minimum means." "Did you see how Ungum was smiling?" asked Zhou Gul. "I thought he couldn't laugh." After a brief pause, Zhou Gul asked, "Elder, what do you think will happen next?" "I don't know," replied Yungong, "but Huangshan is changing at the speed of light, so we have to be ready for change. But the changes won't all be so pleasant, because you've seen the secret documents in the boxes." "Yes, I did." Zhou Gul remembered the documents and gold being found. "Oh shit," Cheongman exclaimed. "What stuck to my leg? Whoa, where could the treasure have come from here?" Cheongmen would have made a bad actor. He led the older students to a far corner of the park where no one else was, and suddenly pretended that his foot had caught on a large bag. "What did he do it for?" asked Zhou Gul. "I don't know," replied Yungong, "but I know that Huangshan is changing, and we can't escape the winds of change. So we must be brave and prepare for the changes, because if we act rashly, we may be blown away by the hurricane that this boy has raised." "Don't worry, Elder," replied Jongul. "Do you know where Cheongmen is? I haven't seen him since this morning." "The head of the school was looking for him in the morning, and it was probably Cheongmen at the head's house," suggested Yungong. There was a meeting at the head's house. The head of the school, Cheongmen, Un-am, and the HEAD mentor, Hyun-sang, were sitting around the table. "For such a feat," said the leader, "Huangshan will prepare a reward." "Did you say reward?" Cheongmen asked. "That's right," answered the head. "What do you want to get? It must have been hard to part with such treasures. If you need money, we'll allocate it to you." "No. Thank you," replied the younger boy. "I don't need it." "You don't need money?" surprised the head. "Why? It's very difficult to spend money on a mountain," replied Cheongmen. "This boy is following the path of Taoism." The sect leader rejoiced. "It is very difficult to restrain his greed." "I have more of these riches than you," thought Cheongmen. "Then tell me what you want." The head of the school continued the discussion. "I can let you in on the secret techniques earlier than you should." "No. Thank you. That's not necessary either," replied Cheongmen. "Amazing. You think secret techniques are useless?" surprised the leader. "No. You misunderstand me," replied the disciple. "If there is an order of instruction, it must be observed." "You're right," You only speak the right words, said the sect leader. I should probably be the one to teach you the techniques of combat, thought Cheon. But either way, there's a lot more to train them, except how to pull it all off. But what can I ask of a school of which only a name remains? I have a suggestion, said Cheon. Let me go down to Huayin when I need to. In Huayin? Surprised the head. Yes, I feel that I need to expand my horizons for my full development, replied Cheon. And if I can move around unhindered, I can expand my boundaries and achieve better results. I understand your desires, said the head, but it is against the discipline of Huangshan. You've done the honorable thing, but I'm afraid this decision will displease the students. What meticulousness, Cheon thought. What can I wish for if you won't even let me go to Huayin? Head, said the disciple 6, if you see that your disciple's body is in an unsatisfactory condition. I noticed that, responded the head. According to the healer, my natural qi circulation has been disrupted, said Cheon, and in that case, could you give me some healing pills to restore my qi? Pills? Questioned the head, and it was clear that he had never heard of them. Listen, said the school leader. In the name of the head of Huangshan School, from today onwards, disciple Cheon is allowed to go down to Huayin. However, Cheon must not leave the borders of Huayin. Yes, sir, the mentors replied. And taking Cheon under his arm, the head of the school escorted him to the door of the house. And don't think you can get away with it if you make any trouble, the head of the school admonished young boy. Goodbye. Thank you, shouted Cheon. But what about the pills? But the door slammed shut and Cheon never got an answer. After seeing Cheon off, the head of the school closed the door tightly and turned to the people present. What do you think of this? Ungum replied. Cheon is a follower of Taoism. Yes, said the leader. I thought so too, because despite his young age, his words are full of wisdom. Cheon is sometimes rude, but he is very young. Ungum added, sometimes when I talk to Cheon, I feel like I'm not talking to a child. He doesn't have that childishness that young people have. Rather, he has an aura of Tao about him. It's strange, said the head of the school, for a child to emanate an aura of Taoism, but there's no other way to describe it. Hyun Sang, what's your opinion? Turned the head to the senior master. Head, replied Hyun Sang. You know I can't read people. What a rascal, thought the head. And you didn't feel a thing? Hyun Sang continued. Cheon doesn't look like a child. So I'm not the only one who thought so, summed up Ungum. As I understand it, Hyun Sang continued, this is what very bright children look like. Mostly children who have had a lot of hardships. But that doesn't mean they're adults. They're just more serious than their peers. However, this child not only has grown up, but he also has the speech of an adult, and sometimes even an old man. Do you think, the sect leader asked, there's some kind of deception here? No, replied Hyun Sang. Not in that sense. Said the leader. I heard your opinion. But let's not give it much importance for now. You can see that Cheon is still a child. Yes, replied the subordinates. We agree. We don't use people, the head of the school announced, but guide them to the right path. If Cheon is a diamond in the rough, we'll help him discover his talents, and if there are problems, we'll guide him to the right path. Yes, you said all the right things, said the masters. Ungam, asked the leader, how is the construction work progressing? Not too fast, replied Ungum. Because of the mountainous terrain, it's difficult to get the materials. We try to use trees that grow nearby, but woodworking is time-consuming. Said the leader. Am I being too quick to renovate the front of the school? Definitely not, replied Ungum. Huangshan must be reborn, said the sect leader. Any restructuring begins with a new look. This applies to the school as well. It is necessary to show the disciples that big changes are waiting for them. Head. You are correct in your thinking, replied Ungum. Master, it is necessary to explain the new teachings to the disciples as soon as possible. The leader turned to Hyun Sang. Yes, head, replied Hyun Sang. Just do it very carefully. Continue his speech, head. On how the disciples learn new knowledge depends on the fate of Huangshan. Yes, head, Hyun Sang replied respectfully. I won't make any mistakes. Thank you. You're the only ones I can trust. The head shared his thoughts. I should probably tell the head. A thought flashed through Hyun Sang's mind. That the century-old instructions look like they were written only yesterday. I was in too much of a hurry when I discovered it, so I didn't pay attention to it right away. There are even blotches in some places, like it was written in a rush. Could it be malicious intent? I guess I'm thinking about it too much. On the other hand, it's written correctly and looks like the original. Perhaps someone is helping Huangshan by hiding their identity. Except who is it? Cheon Myeong was angry. The head of the school did not respond to the request for a pill. I even rewrote the teachings so that they wouldn't have any doubts and mistakes. However, judging from the expression on the head's face, not only did they lose money, but they also lost all the prescriptions for the treatment. How did you live to see this time? Yes, rebuilding the school is a constant hassle and misery. I knew it was necessary to prepare for difficulties, but the problem is that things turned out much worse. My health has been getting worse. I'm losing my health now, and it could take at least 6 months to regain my conditioning, although I might die during 6 months. Such heavy thoughts were weighing on Cheon Myeong's mind. Because for a child's body, I can't stop training for 6 months, because the body is growing, changing and building up internal energy, and if I miss that time, I won't get a second chance. I have to find a way to regenerate, decided the young man. There are 2 ways to recover lost chi energy. The first is to use the healing pill, and the second is for someone to transfer their energy. However, it is not possible to find such a person at the moment. In the past, energy pills were lying around anywhere, recalled Cheon Myeong. With my strength, I used them to prevent headaches after drinking a lot of alcohol. The effect was mind-blowing. I wish I had a drink now. When I drink, Cheon Myeong recalled, I swallow the pill and I'm completely sober. And Janman doesn't swear, "Stop! Booze! Wow!" I remember. Cheon Myeong rejoiced. I got it! Pills! Cheon Myeong ran towards the cliff and stopped when he practically ran into it. Duanchang Rock! Among the 5 sacred mountains, Huangshan is famous for its rocky terrain, and Duanchang Cliff is the most dangerous and highest cliff in the area. In the middle of the cliff, which is not even visible from the foot, is the place that Cheon Myeong is looking for. In all of Huangshan, I'm the only one who knows about the existence of this hiding place. Training and climbing are forbidden on the Duanchang Cliff because of the great danger, so it's hard to find a better place for the hiding place. It turns out that Cheon Myeong made a secret place there during his first youth where he kept alcohol and hangover cure. Yes, Cheon Murim remembered. I used to get drunk and sleep there, as soon as my elder didn't catch me doing those things. Now I wouldn't forgive a disciple who would do such a thing, but that's not the most important thing right now. I need to get to the top, but how do I do it? I used to reach the cave in 2 jumps, but now I'm in the body of a little boy without much strength. But I'm not used to backing down. Cheon Myeong ran to the household yard, found a long rope there, and went back. Going around the cliff, Cheon Myeong found a place to descend to the cave, tied the rope, and started descending. It was deadly dangerous because Duanshan Rock was a cliff with almost no place to put one's foot and hand when descending. In other words, Duanchang Rock was a very dangerous place. Training on Duanchang Rock was not only forbidden because of its height. Duanchang Rock is not just named Duanchang Rock. Its name means steep cliff. There is nothing to grab onto and nowhere to put your foot. In other words, it is an unusually smooth cliff. Cheonma began to descend, carefully placing his hands and feet in places that seemed more favorable. But suddenly, his foot slipped. Cheonma lost his footing. Cheonma did not have time to grab another place and fell off the cliff. "Woo!" Cheonma shouted as he fell into the abyss. The thought never leaving his mind. "I'm gonna die. I'm definitely going to die." But suddenly Cheonma's body jerked abruptly and stopped its flight. Cheonma was saved thanks to the rope. Phew, the rope saved my life. The most important thing for a person to do is preparation. Cheonma was grateful to himself for the rope and ingenuity. Qi absorption. Cheonma began to absorb the earth's energy, but it didn't help him much. His body was quite weak. Ugh! Shit! It's not like I have reeds instead of bones to break so easily. A useless body. However, Cheonma turned his head to the right and saw what he was originally looking for. I can see the entrance to my hideout. The length of the rope was surprisingly nearly long enough. Cheonma decided to assess the situation, how best to get to the right point so as not to make a mistake before time. First of all, we need to get to that rock. To do that, I'll stop absorbing energy, push off, and Cheonma pushed off the rock with his feet, wanting to make a leap to the other side of the rock. The rope was stretched tightly. Cheonma jumped, holding on tightly to the rope. Now, Cheonma was sure of success, but the rope was so tight and couldn't hold his weight, broke off. Cheonma flew into the abyss. Yoo-hoo! I didn't expect this. Cheonma flew into the abyss, but managed to hook his hands and start absorbing qi energy. Qi absorption! But his fingers didn't hold him back. Cheonma made an attempt to grasp the rock, but his fingers were too weak. That's enough already. And the attempt failed. Cheonma flew down and hung on one of the rocky ledges. Part of the rope stuck between the rocks. Cheonma began to climb up the rocky ledge. Cheonma landed on the very spot where the shelter was. What a madman you are, noble blade. What was in your mind when you built a shelter here? Cheonma rose to his feet and continued. On the mountain, I only practiced martial arts. Was I bored? Okay, the important thing is that I made it to the cave, even though I almost went to be reborn. There was something covered with a cloth in the cave. Cheonma took the cloth and tore it off, creating a large amount of dust in the cave. And you brought a glowing ball of light here? Noble blade. You really didn't know the measure. Because the ball is very expensive. Cheonma took the box in his hands and shook the dust off it. I must have hidden some medicinal pills here. With these, I'll be cured quickly. Cheonma carefully opened the box. Yes. As soon as the box was opened, the bright fragrance of plum blossoms floated in the air. It was as if I was in a garden of plum trees in the midst of blooming. Snow plum pills? They're many times more expensive than plum blossom pills. You hid them? There's a mountain of them. Cheonma was beyond excited, and held the pills in his hands while looking at his treasure. Cheonma said as if remembering. Janmun, don't be angry. Still the most expensive ones I didn't stash away. Cheonma began to think of a plan of action. First, I need to heal myself completely. After that, it would be a good idea to replenish the internal energy. Cheonma was already holding the beautiful pill and anticipating the result. There's no time to hesitate. 1 snow plum pill. Cheonma swallowed it, and the pill began to follow his body, dissolving in the middle. Cheonma sat down cross-legged. It melts in my mouth, enveloping my whole body in its purest fragrance. But I can't be distracted by it. For starters, I can't let the snow plum's energy leave my body. I need to hold on to it. However, that will do nothing to restore the natural qi, because snow plum's energy not homogeneous. No matter how proud Huanshan is of her snow plum pills, there are too many impurities in it to digest. I'll filter it. I'll have to sift out most of the energy, but it can't be helped. There's a long way to go to create the most perfect foundation. It's not an easy choice, but rushing will only hurt. I will only keep the pure energy and sift out the rest. Cheonma was focused on his mission. He wanted to do a quality and a smart job. There's only this shard left? How much wasted? Each carefully selected shard. I'll do my best to take control of them and channel them into the Dantian, to the very depths, to the core of natural ki. Every muscle and thought in Cheon Myeong's body was focused on the pill and its power of action. Young men felt a surge of energy, all sweating and giving himself to the task as much as possible. Warrior achieved his result thanks primarily to patience. All the energy and mind were focused on the purpose of the pill's work. Every muscle and thought in Cheon Myeong's body focused on the pill, its power of action. Cheon Myeong felt a surge of energy, sweating profusely and giving himself as much as possible to the work. Cheon Myeong achieved his result through patience first and foremost. Cheon Myeong's entire body radiated a tremendous force of energy. Cheon Myeong was completely healed, filled with extraordinary strength and a new burst of life. The wounds and broken bones healed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, I can feel them growing stronger. Undoubtedly, if one skillfully manages the energy in a young body, the effects of the pill will exceed all expectations. But to be this strong? Cheon Myeong wondered, peering at his hands as if looking at the full force. It's still not enough. The toxins left in my body are spreading throughout my body. It's like something is stretching my cells and veins. Then all of a sudden, what? Why is my heart beating so fast? His power pierced through, bursting out of bounds. Ugh! The energy that rushed out from the Sia Dantian pierced through the Zhong Dantian. It's like a huge wave. I can't control it. If it breaks through the Zhong Dantian as well, I'll lose my mind. I have to stop the flow. The situation was completely out of control. Cheon Myeong gripped his chest as if trying to pull this force out of himself. Suddenly, someone's voice rumbled above his head. So which are you, a Taoist or a warrior? Janmun? Janmun said, the warrior will take control and suppress. But those who follow the path of Taoism will leave things as they are. Fool. Do you think logic decides everything in this world? Build an embankment to block the current and the water will flow over it. Just leave it as it is. Let things take their course. People are nature too. Is there no room for man in the vastness of nature? So trust the current. All the meanings and pictures appeared in Cheon Myeong's mind like a dream, as Yanmun enlightened him while his body floated above the sheet that was underneath him. And then he began to have his own solitary vision. Cheon Myeong was walking on the surface of the water. This? Shangdanyatan. I realized it at the level of intuition. The wall is covered with cracks. It must be the entrance to Shangdanyatan. Cheon Myeong looked at the wall and asked himself, was the body in such a deplorable state? Cheon Myeong. A powerful vibration can be felt. Judging from the strength, it's only a matter of time for the wave to destroy Shangdanyatan. Things are more dangerous than I thought. If I don't move the wall, it'll just collapse. But if I do, I'll be swept away by the wave. In that case, that leaves, Yanmun said. Build an embankment to block the current and the water will flow over it, flashed through Cheon Myeong's mind. He said, trust the current? If you try to block it, the water will go over the edge. The voice in his head reminded again, just go with the flow. Cheon Myeong raised his head, and realizing the main teaching. I once thought it was nonsense. But after 100 years, I realized the essence of the teachings. Cheon Myeong fell to the floor. Yeah. What? Why was I floating? Cheon Myeong concluded. All the vital points have completely opened up. Fortunately, even my young body was able to withstand it. If it had been a little longer, I would have lost my mind or given up on life. It was only thanks to the Elder's guidance that I miraculously escaped tragedy. But it was worth it. All the vital points expanded and my internal energy increased. To summarize, this body has become stronger. It was worth dying once to realize it. Cheon Myeong got to his feet, looked at his body and hands, and began to slowly walk out of the cave into the light. The elder's words, which seemed like nonsense, now took on a different meaning. The key phrases of the elder came to mind again. The warrior will take control and suppress, but those who follow the path of Taoism will leave things as they are. I was only a swordsman, not a Taoist. Huangshan follows both the way of the sword and the way of Taoism. That is the essence of Huangshan. But personally, I have never classified myself as a Taoist. Will someone like me be able to revive Huangshan? Cheon Myeong was already standing outside the cave, looking at nature, scratching the back of his head. To begin with, it's worth using any means necessary. So what if it doesn't work? Cheon Myeong was already holding the box that contained the pills. They are of no use to me now, but they can have a huge effect on others. Yes, it's time to go back. Right. Cheon Myeong decided that a drink wouldn't be a bad idea. It's not that I really want a drink, just pure curiosity. I wonder what a 100-year-old drink tastes like. Now, standing and looking at the sunset, Cheon Myeong was immersed in memories. Huangshan has changed a lot. This cave is the only one that has retained its original appearance. Once inside, I felt like I was back in the good old days. And I met the spirit of Yanmun. I should look in here more often. Cheon Myeong wanted to look at the cave more often because it reminded him of the old days. Young men jumped from rock to rock, landed, and then jumped on and off again. The body is surprisingly so light. The air at the top is so fresh. Abruptly, Cheon Myeong inhaled a horrible fragrance, instead of the expected smell of the freshness of nature, over which warrior stood towering. Boo! What the hell is that smell? Who smells like that? Oh! Huangshan's disciples walked and whispered amongst themselves as they waited for the day to end. Ugh, it's so cold. My legs feel like cotton. I'm still tired. I only wish I could sleep. How long do we have left? It's a very hard and long way, if you don't know. By the way, that miner has been strange lately, one of the disciples said to the other. Strange? Cheon Myeong looks like he's about to hoof it. The dialogue continued. If you think about it that way, this guy hasn't been showing up to practice lately either. Can what they are saying be true? While the two were walking and talking, a third from the crowd of disciples passing by came up and heard their conversation. The conversation continued. What do they say? Rumor has it that he had a QE distortion. The other disciples had also heard the dialogue. And now everyone was listening to the conversation. Think to yourself. Every day, that guy looks skinnier and more haggard. He's skipping practice because he's not feeling well. Then, can we not practice? Is there any other reason why we follow him without complaint? Said one of the disciples. Is it not because we will lose even if we all attack together? Receive the answer to his question. The disciples of the school were discussing Cheon Myeong. He had such a sickly look. Cheon Myeong was so weak, so exhausted that one could not recognize him. Cheon Myeong didn't look like his former strong self. However, now, we might as well take our chances. He's only skin and bones left. If we all attack at once, can we win? The crowd huddled together, discussing this topic. At this time, Yoonjun and Jo-gul stood at a distance from them. Leave them alone, Yoonjun said, seeing that Jo-gul wanted to stop this gossip. Elder, say Yoonjun. They're going to have to learn reality soon. Suddenly, the door opened and everyone saw who had entered. It was Cheon Myeong. Cheon Myeong looked like a new coin. His energy was overflowing and there was no reminder of his illness. Damn, he looks great. If we attack me, we'll say goodbye to our lives. Cheon Myeong turned to all the people present. Guys, as a teacher, I am immensely to blame. Due to my poor health, I only had to miss your training sessions, and I feel a deep sense of responsibility for that. The disciples immediately began to express their understanding. No, no. It's okay. Stuff happens. We really don't mind, teacher. Cheon Myeong was still insisting. No. Even without me, you're practicing so hard. It's totally your teacher's fault. But still, mistakes can't be cancelled, but they can be corrected. Since the training wasn't enough, we'll just increase it. The disciples did not expect this turn of events. Cheon Myeong said, pointing to the mountain, "Go, run to the top. The half that comes later will run again." The faces of all present showed bewilderment and dread of the coming race. It is paths to the top of Lotus Peak and back. The first to rush into the race was Yoonjun, immediately followed by Jo-gul. Elder. Elders! The crowd froze, perplexed as to how come the race had started without warning. Just then one of them guessed, "Hey, run! Faster! If we're late, we'll have to run again. Let's all run." Cheon Myeong looked at them and was satisfied. The disciples wanted to rebel? Well done. I like their rebellious spirit, because in the past, they could only obey without complaint. However, before voicing your grievances, you should think about what you are. For a warrior to have a voice, he must first have ability, and secondly, he must also have ability. I will help my disciples develop their abilities. You can be sure of that. Cheon Myeong watched everyone climb up the mountain, trying to reach the goal in the first half of the group. Otherwise, they would have to climb up the mountain again. Cheon Myeong continued to ponder on his own. Murim's history of many thousands of years. Many warriors have single-handedly achieved the title of the strongest in the world. But, if there is only one among the followers of the school who is worthy of recognition, he will not be able to glorify the name of the entire school. In other words, everyone must become stronger to revive the school. I will make the name of Huashan Rumble stronger than in the past. Huangshan School. So Cheon Myeong decided to add more oil to the fire. The very last one will go without food today. Devil, thought the disciples. The sun had just begun to rise, and the disciples were exhausted and only wanted to drink and lie down. Jo-gul saw that Yoonjun had gotten up and was standing confidently on his feet. After practicing like this, he can still stand on his feet. I realized anew why he was the one who was recognized as an elder. It's not about ability. It's about unwavering willpower. At this moment, the voice of the approaching Cheon Myeong sounded again. "Hey, what's the matter? Come on. Everyone who finished practicing, give me your sandbags." Cheon Myeong looked around. "Why are you all lying around?" "Fucking monster," Jo-gul thought to himself. Cheon Myeong continued. "Yes, the kids of today are worthless. There was no such thing in my time." "Why?" is surprised Yoonjun. "You're the youngest of us." "All right, that's it for now. Say Cheon Myeong. You go eat and we'll continue practicing after lunch. If I find out that you're slacking off, I'll increase the workload tenfold. Clean this place up." Cheon Myeong threw off all the bags. Everyone still lay powerless on the ground like that. Bastard. Later, everyone went for breakfast, but many of them couldn't even eat a bite. Yoonjun asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "I can't. I'll vomit if I eat," they answered him. Elder, this is... Do you feel like we're practicing too intensely?" Yoonjun asked the others. He was answered, "Elder, you're right. This is too much. At this rate, we'll really go to the afterlife." "My hands are shaking so much that I can't even eat," say one of pupils. "Elder, can't you talk to him? Elder, you must have mercy on us. Elder." "Joe, what do you think?" Suddenly turned Elder to Jo-gul. Jo-gul hesitated for a moment. The workouts are getting tougher every day, and the body may not be able to withstand such stresses. Everyone listened attentively to what Jo-gul was saying. But hitting iron only makes it stronger. Isn't it the same with man? Expressed the others. Joe Gul continued. However, that bastard... That is... Cheongmen is unlikely to realize such a truth. Therefore, to begin with, try to hold on a little longer. If nothing changes with time, then we'll try to talk. Yunjun sat and listened to the speech. Right. Everyone came to this conclusion, but Yunjun still decided to reassure everyone even more. All right, I won't be silent if that day comes. This was how their not-so-fun meal ended. I'll wake up and go back to practicing. At this rate, my body won't be able to endure first. Thought I could endure even the harshest conditions. But can I endure any more? Joe Gul fell into a dream, but before Joe Gul could even enjoy it a little, someone's voice was heard. Elder. Elder, wake up. Joe Gul opened his eyes. Cheon Myeong. Here. Cheon Myeong held out his hand to Joe Gul. I got it the hard way, but I'll give it to you. Will you give it back? What? Cheon Myeong opened his hand and showed what he had brought. Joe Gul opened his eyes wide in surprise. This? Pill. Shh. Joe Gul was seized with curiosity. Where did you get such wealth from? You won't have one yourself? You need it more, but just keep it a secret from the others. Cheongman assured him. Swallow it first, and I'll transfer the energy to you. Joe Gul was now tormented by his conscience. I'm ashamed to admit that I thought he was the devil. Give water to a thirsty man, and he will be grateful to you forever. The next day in training, Unam saw that all the disciples were full of energy and confidence. Unam noticed. Something has changed. The boys' sword technique has become stable. They make the same lunges, but their sharpness and confidence have changed. There's a sense of power in every step. The body also keeps its balance. The sword point has added speed. Is this really possible in such a short period of time? Unam remembered what Cheongmen had promised him. Junior mentor, give us a month. I'll show you the result. Unam couldn't be happier with the results. Is it really about the morning training? How long has it been since I've seen the fire in their eyes? Unam said, Guys, your swords haven't lost their life. It's nice to see the eagerness to train reflected in your eyes. That's why I'm thinking of passing the Misty Blade Taya technique to you beforehand, after we finish learning the previous ones. Uh-oh! The disciples were happy to talk amongst themselves. For the third generation to be trained in the Misty Blade of Taya, we must be the exception. Unam was proud of the disciples. The disciples were rewarded for their diligence because whoever is rewarded will work harder. If the circle of virtue is not interrupted, the disciples will grow up to be worthy swordsmen to represent Huangshan. Unam, are you here? Came the loud voice of the head of the school. Head? Unam was surprised. The head of the school and Unam moved aside from everyone. Unam asked, What made you come here in person? I think we have a problem, says leader. What? Surprised Unam. The head of the school held out a book to Unam, the 6 interaction sword technique from the chest that Cheon Myeong found. Check the last page. Unam flipped through the book and couldn't believe his eyes. Leader, what's it? Look at this, said the head of the school. This is the 6 interaction sword technique from the coffer that Cheon Myeong found. Check the last page, advised the leader. Leader. It's Unam asked. The last page contained a message from the ancestors. On the page was written, Pass it on to your descendants. It is not the fault of posterity that teachings change with time and development, because the teachings must change and evolve. However, the principle of the 6 interactions is this foundation of the Huangshan teachings, and if you change this teaching, it will look like twisting the soul of Huangshan. I hope posterity will remember this admonition, wrote the venerable ancestor. Unam read the message carefully. He began to realize that the 6 interactions were the foundation on which the school had stood for a long time before the crisis. He recognized that the 6 interactions were the foundation that had held the school together for a long time before the crisis. Further study would only continue after the 6 interaction complex had been mastered. "I'm sorry, leader," Unam respectfully addressed to leader. "But the epoch has already changed. Why should we be guided by old messages? After all, it takes a long time to learn the basic 6 interaction complex, so we started using a 6 interaction blade, which is easier to learn. That's why I came to you for advice," said the head of school, because as said, Huangshan missed and didn't use the 6 interactions, and instead taught the 6 interactions to the blade. "But the words of the ancestors are very important," continued the head. "The words of the ancestors are a guide for the descendants. Every school does its best to follow the precepts of the ancestors, and in this case, the will of the ancestors is stated very clearly and explicitly." "Am," says the head of school. "You are the one who teaches the children, and I can't ignore your opinion. So don't be hesitant and say whatever you think about it." "Yes," replied Am. "It's a difficult question. Do we follow tradition or go the way of reorganization?" "Head," turned the master to the leader. "You created 6 principles blade because the school was in danger of closing. We couldn't afford to delay the results for long because the mark from the gate could fall very quickly. Answer me one question now." "I'm listening to you," came the reply. "Can you see the future of Huangshan now?" Unam asked. "The future of Huangshan," hesitated the leader's reply. "Compared to the recent past, the state of the school has improved considerably. Our financial situation has become more solid, but the school still has a lot of unsolved problems. This is not an easy question." "Understand. I can't give a clear answer yet," the sect leader continued to reply. "Then," summarized Unam, "I'm against it." "Can you explain?" said the head of the school. "Why?" Unam looked at the disciples in training and replied, "The blade of the true 6 principle and the 6 interactions have the same characteristics, but the teachings are quite different. The teachings of the 6 interactions are slow and heavy, but have a solid foundation, while the blade of 6 true principle is very light and fluid. The children are very fast learners, and I have already imparted the basics of combat to them. If we were to drop everything now and start relearning the 6 interaction principle, I'm afraid it might not have the desired effect. Moreover, to succeed in learning the 6 interactions, disciples need stability in their feet and serious intentions." "Yes, I understand," said the leader thoughtfully. "It's too late. Could you repeat, please, what is necessary to learn the new teachings?" "Stability in the legs is necessary." Unam suddenly stopped and hesitated. "What? Stability? Seriousness of intent?" Thoughts flashed through Unam's mind. Wasn't that what surprised him this morning? Seeing that Unam was pensively silent, the head asked him, "What did the morning training help?" "Head," replied Unam, "the morning workout is not my doing." "May I have the opinion of one child?" "A child?" the head inquired, but Unam couldn't hear him anymore. "Cheon Men," called out the master to his apprentice. "Yes, what do you want, master?" replied the minor one. "Come here," said Unam. "I have a question for you." "Answer me," continued the master. "Slow steps to the top or quick and instant results? Which of these methods is most suitable for Huangshan?" After thinking for a while, the minor disciple said, "Of course to the top." "Why?" "Because it's Huangshan," Cheonma immediately replied. The unwavering confidence in Huangshan," remarked the head of the school. A piece of the lost past sounded from the mouth of the minor disciple, "because this is Huangshan." "An ordinary school," Cheon Men continued to say, "is fine with the second option, but not Huangshan. In order to restore our school to its former glory, we must not accept the ordinary." "I wonder," thought the head. The younger one gave the answer, having unraveled the secret meaning of Unam's message. "You mean to say," says the head of Shul, "that we shouldn't put up with this because we're Huangshan?" "Yes," replied Cheon Men. "That's exactly what your junior apprentice thinks." "Good," said the elder. "We heard your answer. You can go back." When Cheongmen left, the leader said, I felt ashamed. I agree with you, leader, said Unam. Who would have thought, continued the leader, that a child could express such thoughts? It could just be a young man's boast. But he may not bend to circumstances and fulfill his purpose, Unam replied. Yes, it will be hard to readjust. But I'm in favor of change, because I won't be able to look that child in the eye. This dialogue changed the whole essence of the modern Huanshan school. The head made a decision that became the foundation for the revival of the great Huanshan school. Unam, listen carefully, the sect leader proclaimed. In the name of the head of Huangshan, I hereby order that from today onwards, we replace the 6-interaction blade technique with the 6-interaction technique. Yes, sir, replied Unam. We need to revise all of Huanshan's teachings, said the head of the school firmly. And your role as head of the Plum Blossom Pavilion is very important. Yes, sir, replied Unam. The school must find its place in the present world, said the head of the school, because everyone who bears the name of Huanshan must strive to become the best. It is the duty and obligation of every student and follower of Huanshan. Huangshan is Huangshan, and these children are the future of the school. A complete revival of the school may not happen in our lifetime, but as long as our kids don't give up, Huangshan has a chance to regain its former glory. Cheongmen couldn't still come to his senses. How can it take so long to make a decision like this? I've laid everything out completely to the management and they still can't make a decision. What kind of mediocrities? I think it's all going to go downhill because everything that can be trusted to the school authorities must be checked every time. I feel like things aren't going as planned in Huayin, and businesses aren't working. What's going on? Damn it! I have to control everything, Cheongmen said in his heart. What did he say? Asked the disciples. After a long series of hardships, peace and tranquility finally came to Huangshan. Huanshan's biggest problem had been solved. To brave all the adversity in the school, new drills were prepared. It seemed that everything was going to get better, however. What the hell kind of peace of mind is there? Cheongmen pondered, with so many challenges around. Elder, Cheongmen turned to Yunjun. Let's talk like normal disciples. I heard, continued the miner, that you are the son of a very rich merchant, heir to a great fortune. You say that too, replied Yunjun. I come from a family of petty merchants. But you sure pick up on everything around you. It happens that a man from a poor family has a great talent for trading. What are you talking about? Yunjun asked. No, nothing important, replied Cheongmen. Suddenly the boys heard the sound of a quarrel from a cafe that was nearby. Why is the tea so bitter? Said one of the visitors. I asked for loose-leaf tea. Hurry up and call the owner. What do you think? Asked Cheongmen. What is the scandal about? And this, replied Yunjun, is all about the people who ran this cafe before. Are you talking about those people we chased away? The younger man asked. Yes, replied the elder. The former owners had some weight in the community, and many of the workers quit with them. What credibility could the crooks have? Says Cheongmen. It's not even about authority, Yunjun continued. Are the connections they have made with the leadership, influential people and businesses through their acquaintances and blood ties. If you look closely at the people who left with them, they are relatives and acquaintances of past managers. And it turns out that there is no one to do the qualified work. Accordingly, confirmed Cheongmen, there was a personnel problem in the enterprises. That's the first problem, said Yunjun. The second problem is that none of the school's leaders have ever run a business, or even a small shop, in their lives. And they don't know how to run a business. In other words, Cheon Myeong said, the current Huanshan doesn't know how to run a business. It's akin to putting a pearl necklace on a pig. The scandal in the cafe reached a fever pitch. I told you to bring poor! Poor! Can't you tell the difference between poor and guanting? I took what was lying around, replied the worker. I don't have to understand how one expensive tea differs from another. Management is not easy, said Yunjun. You have to know a lot. Choose your products and raw materials carefully before supplying them. Because if you buy products of questionable quality, you will not make much profit because by using cheap products, you will not be able to satisfy your guests who are paying you for food and services. And if you take stewards and do not control them, your stewards will steal you away. But it's possible to learn management, right? Cheongmen asked. Have you tried training 40-year-old man? Yunjun asked. Yes, it's almost impossible, decided the younger man. But that's not all, continued the elder. What do you think a straightforward Daos who is sent out to buy groceries will be able to buy? He'll be left without money and quality goods, Cheongmen suggested. And that would be a good outcome, replied Yunjun. Yes. It was a big mistake, said Yunjun, to take over the management of the school. It was obvious from the beginning that it would never work out. Cheongmen mentally addressed Janmun. Elder, I have realized your greatness. Under your leadership, everything went smoothly at Huanshan. Damn! I'll have to do it all myself, decided Cheongmen. So what's your advice? Cheongmen asked. What should we do? Were you even listening to me? Yunjun said. How do I know? If I had a talent for trading, I would have long been sitting in a shop with a lot of money and inherited the family business. But here is such a set of problems that even my father could not help me. Is there really no solution? Cheongmen asked in surprise. To manage such enterprises, says Junjun, you need a person who has an excellent understanding of goods and people. Isn't there such a person in Huayan? Cheongmen wondered. If Mr. Huang were in charge of these businesses, it would be a good thing. Who is Mr. Huang? Miner asked. Mr. Huang is one of the great merchants who is known and respected in all parts of the world. He has sponsored Huanshan for a very long time, and almost everyone in Huayan knows about it. And it is only because of him that Huanshan has stayed afloat all this time. Why would he do that? Cheongmen asked. Is he a disciple or a follower? I don't know, replied Elder. But I heard that he still sponsored a few places. Anyway, they always gave important advice and support. I can go to him for help, suggested the younger one. Unfortunately, that's impossible, Yunjun replied. Mr. Huang has been bedridden for a year now, and there are rumors that he's not regaining consciousness. Ungam's voice came out. Cheongmen! Where is Cheongmen? I'm here, replied the younger disciples. Ungam began to say, It is necessary to take the letter to the head of the school. And why me? Asked Miner. I'm small and weak. Because you are the most free at the moment, replied the junior tutor, and the matter is very urgent. It is necessary to hand over the letter personally to the head or the chief of finance. This is a very important letter from the Milky Way Guild. This is the guild we were just talking about, Yunjun whispered, the head of which is Mr. Huang. It's a matter of urgency, Ungum confirmed, and go now. Good, the young disciple replied, and took the letter and went to the head. On the way, Cheongmen thought about the fact that it wouldn't hurt to familiarize himself with the letter. Mr. Huang couldn't write the letter because he was sick. So the letter was written by one of Mr. Huang's subordinates. So I can read the letter. Maybe I'll learn something important. Elder, Cheongmen turned to Janmun thoughtfully. Will you forgive me? And broke the seal on the letter. To the head of the sect, it was written in the first lines. Let's see what's going on. The letter was sent by Mr. Huang's son, informing him that Mr. Huang was getting worse and might go to the next world. But Mr. Huang's son was concerned about the course of his illness, which had begun to show new symptoms. The son was desperate and sent letters in the hope that someone would respond to his request and help Mr. Huang to overcome his illness. The old man did not regain consciousness. His hands took on a red hue and a black mark appeared on the bridge of his nose. It can't be, said Cheongmen resolutely. Because it's a trace. Cheongmen continued to read. To cure Mr. Huang, the best doctors from Zhongyuan were invited to observe the course of the disease. But unfortunately, none of them were able to make an accurate diagnosis. And so, the son of the leader of the Milky Way Guild is sending out letters to everyone who can and wants to participate in saving Mr. Huang. The letter ended with an appeal to the head of the sect, Dear leader, if you know anything about symptoms or cures, please notify us in any way. Anyone who helps cure Mr. Huang, the Milky Way Guild, promises to pay a huge fee. The letter is signed by the junior heir of the Milky Way Merchant Guild, Huang Jung-yi. Damn, said Cheongmen after reading the letter. It's impossible for ordinary doctors to treat such a thing, because it's mohua, otherwise known as devil flower, whose symptoms are very similar to poisoning by poisons, and naturally, treating the guild leader with antidotes that don't work. What worried Cheongmyeong the most was the fact that Mohua's symptoms had manifested under the influence of the demonic sect's special technique. It meant that not all of the sect's followers had been wiped out 100 years ago in the Siwan Dashan Depression, and that the legacy of the demonic sect was being passed down from generation to generation. The problem was compounded by the fact that Cheongmen felt that something was about to happen in Zhongyuan. And also, it was becoming clear that the heirs of the demonic sect were plotting an atrocity against Huanshan. "What is this curse?" exclaimed Cheongmen. "Why is all the impact coming from Huanshan? Why Huangshan? Why was Mr. Huang chosen out of millions of people?" he asked himself. Hundreds of such questions appeared in Cheongmen's mind, and he could not find any answers. Cheongmen made a decision. Since it was impossible to accurately determine the symptoms from the letter, the junior apprentice decided to go to the guild head in person. An additional factor was the great reward. According to Joe Goul, Cheongmen pondered, the trade guild has a lot of money. What kind of reward would they be willing to pay? During my century-long absence, the warrior continued to ponder, there have been no wars between the demonic sect and Zhongyuan, and almost no one knows about the symptoms of the devil flower, because almost everyone who knew about it died during the battle with Cheonma. But the world is unpredictable, said the young man. Perhaps someone did survive. If any of them received the letter, it could lead to disaster, hurried Cheongmen, because no one can take away Cheongmeng's reward. For the sake of reward, or rather for the sake of my moral principles, shouted Cheongmen, only I have to treat Mr. Huang. A group of second-generation Huangshan disciples were returning after visiting Huayin. All the disciples were very tired and only wanted to rest, but the journey was long and difficult. Isn't it possible to rent a house in Huayin? They asked. It would not take long to die like this. Go down to the village in the morning and back in the evening. Yunjun heard a shout. Elder! Running from the school was Joe Gul. Elder! Shouted Joe Gul. Trouble has happened! Cheongmen! Cheongmen? Questioned Yunjun. Let's go to school. As you can see, said Joe Gul as he entered Cheongmeng's room. He's gone. Damn! Said Yun-an. Where could Junior have gone? That's not the point, replied Joe Gul. Notice the letter on the table. The message from Cheongmyeong was that a minor disciple had left school for a few days, and he demanded that the elders conceal Cheongmeng's absence from the school authorities. And the junior was also a reminder of the need for exercise, physical fitness, and discipline. Cheongmen is crazy, Joe Gul decided. What are we going to do? The first thing to do is to tell all the disciples not to talk too much. Yunnan decided that we need to cover up Cheongmen's absence. Won't we be punished for this? Joe Gul asked. If we report this incident now, replied Yunjun, we will be punished in the same way. If Cheongmen promised to return within a few days, we need to cover up his absence. The main thing is for the leadership not to start looking for Cheongmen, the elder pondered. And we'll be able to hide everything. What are we going to do? Asked Joe Gul. If we're declassified? That's not the most important thing, said Yunjun. What I'm most concerned about is why Cheongmen won't be here for a few days. Cheongmen ran as fast as he could. The distance to the target was huge, and the urgency was great. Trying to cover 300 li in one go was desperate. It was necessary to rest. Cheongmen stopped and tried to remember what he was like in the past. Could he have jumped over the mountain in one leap? Yes. He crossed a wide river in 2 jumps, but walking that distance didn't take that much energy. But here came the city of Xi'an. It was a magnificent city. Once again, memories came to mind. Drinking alcohol and swaying slightly on his feet, a second-generation disciple of the great Huangshan school walked through the Xi'an district. This was a great place to have a drink away from Yanmun's supervision. Chongmin bumped into a passing disciple from Zhongnan's school by chance, and just as casually, the bottle fell out of Zhongmin's hands. An unpleasant dialogue ensued, which was picked up by several other Zhongnan disciples. "It is necessary to apologize when pushing a passerby," said one of Zhongnan's disciples. "I see. Another Huangshan bastard." The liquor bottle was lying on the floor. "Pick it up," said Cheon. The Zhongnan disciple was very surprised. "Huangshan seems to be one of the great schools," said the Zhongnan disciple, "but they don't know how to be polite. You should be kicked out of our society like a dog for such behavior." "But you still come to Xi'an and act like an ignoramus," the fighter continued, "so the Zhongnan school will give you a little lesson. You can't behave inappropriately in a foreign city." "Well," said Cheon, "I'm ready." The alcohol bottle took a dizzying flight and suddenly began to fall onto the heads of Zhongnan's disciples. And then, the indestructible fighter Cheon entered the battle. Within a few moments, no one wanted to teach Cheon good manners anymore. One of the factors of the confrontation between the two schools, which could be called sworn enemies, was that the rivalry between the two schools, which were not far from each other, never stopped. Both schools practiced practically the same art, but the difference was in the details, and to prove that the disciples of one school were superior to the other, one had to bear the blade, because it was a matter of honor. Therefore, when representatives of these schools met, there were always clashes, and Huangshan disciples tried not to visit Xi'an. But Cheon was not a typical Huangshan disciple, so Xi'an was one of the few places where he could rest without fear of being seen by his elders. He had to defend himself against the attacks of Zhongnan disciples. In this case, Cheon was always attacked by a crowd, but the ending was always the same. But one had to give credit to their willpower. Cheon pondered. After a good fight, Zhongnan's disciples would attack Cheon again and again. Most likely their determination is what made Zhongnan's school famous. Cheon said, "Something will probably happen if we meet in the city, but I don't think anything serious will happen. Besides, there are no disciples who know me." "So let's go," said the young man and headed towards Xi'an. At this time in Xi'an, at Mr. Huang's house, the youngest heir was conversing with another healer. "It's a severe case," said the doctor, "but I don't know of an antidote for it." "Can't a recognized master from the Tang family nicknamed the Poison Suppressor help us?" said Huang Zhongyi. "Our family is well versed in poisons," replied the doctor. "But in this case, we can't help because it's not poisoning by poisons." "It can't be," said the heir. "All the symptoms indicate it's poison." "No," said the doctor. "Although the symptoms are similar, it's not poison. The cause of the disease lies elsewhere." The Milky Way Guild. Heir flared up and grabbed the doctor's arm. "What kind of disease is this?" But he immediately apologized and asked for forgiveness after gaining control of himself. Huang's son was so upset about his father's illness that he couldn't control himself. The doctor said he was unable to help and left the room. Huang Zhongyi sank down tiredly on the chair next to his father's bed. "What should I do?" questioned the son. "Because every day my father gets worse and worse, money can't help. What can I do?" "Father, you have always worked in the sweat of your brow," thought the heir, "and now you die in misery. Isn't that cruel?" Footsteps were heard in the house. "Young head, where are you?" said the approaching man. The door opened and Kimok-san, an elder of the Zhongnan school, entered. From the doorway, the elder began his speech. "Young head, you have to humiliate. The only way to save your father is to perform the Daodi ritual." Daodi is a memorial ritual in Taoism. "Yes, I understand," replied the young leader. "But I am not yet ready to perform the ritual." "It's not often," said Kimok-san solemnly, "that an elder of the Zhongnan sect offers to perform the ritual. You are only honored with this part because of the guild head. I have not yet received all the answers to my letters, exclaimed the heir. After I receive the answers, I will make a decision. Kim Ok-san was very dissatisfied. Complete ignorance, thought Hwang Jung-yi. I have to endure this man's presence because he is the head of the Zhongnan sect. Zhongnan used to be one of the strongest schools, but now the name of Zhongnan is glorified all over the world as an invincible force. Within a few generations, the Zhongnan school became the best fencing school in the world, and in doing so, the school had a strong influence on Xi'an. Therefore, Hwang Jung-yi had to tolerate the elder's suggestions. Zhongnan asked for a huge amount of money to perform the ritual, and requested up front. Most likely the elder was unsure if the ritual would help cure head Hwang. You're being unreasonable, the sect leader said instructively. Even renowned doctors have failed to deal with the disease. Suddenly the servant interrupted the elder, turning to the heir. What's wrong? Questioned the young head. A man from Huangshan is looking for you, replied the servant. Strange, thought Hwang Jung-yi. The letter to Huangshan was sent last, and the person from Huangshan is already here. Ha ha! Huangshan! Laughed the head of Zhongnan. Huangshan, that has collapsed. What nonsense. What do they think we are? Don't waste your time with this man. You don't need to meet this person. What does the representative of Huangshan have to say? I beg your pardon, replied the heir. I myself personally sent the letters. I cannot fail to return the said courtesy, can I? And the young head went to the gate. Where are the gentlemen? He asked the servant, who came from Huangshan. Waiting at the gate, was the reply. Hwang Jung-yi expressed his dissatisfaction with the servant's manners. How could such an important guest be left at the gate? How could such a thing be allowed to happen? The embarrassed servant replied that he was going to escort his guest into the house, but the situation was unclear. Enough, interrupted his heir. I will take him into the house myself. When the young leader came to the gate and opened it, he immediately bowed and with the words, "Please forgive my ignorance," addressed the guest and introduced himself. I am the future head of the trade guild, Hwang Jung-yi. It's my fault that the servants are ill-mannered. Please blame only me, apologized the owner of the house. Never mind, heard a child's voice. I didn't come to you for honors. Hwang Jung-yi slowly looked up and saw a young man, almost a child. Indeed, the situation was somewhat strange. The head had expected to see several esteemed envoys from Huangshan school, but in reality, there was a boy in the uniform of a Huangshan school standing at the threshold. I beg your pardon, the heir to the trade guild began to say. Where are your companions? Don't worry, Chongmen replied. I arrived alone. I have arrived alone, the young man continued his statement. And I know the way to cure Mr. Huang, so lead me quickly. The head of the house hesitated. Hwang Jung-yi is surprised by the arrival of the boy Cheongmen at the Milky Way Guild, and anxiously asks if he is himself. Silence. The head of the Zhongnan sect scoffs at his opponent from the Hua sect, and says that there is no point in their communication. The head of the Zhongnan sect accuses the head of the rival sect of using a stupid trick by sending a youngster to the meeting. Cheongmen speaks indignantly about the prejudice of his age, but then decides to defuse the situation. Cheongmen makes a greeting and introduces himself as a third-generation disciple of the Hua sect. Cheongmen talks about examining the letter and having a hunch about the symptoms. Hwang Jung-yi said in surprise. What? You have a guess from my father's symptoms? Cheon Myeong said. Yes. Hwang Jung-yi exclaimed that no one had realized what was going on with his father before. The head of the Zhongnan sect continued to accuse Cheongmen of lying. In response, Si Cheongmen rudely asked, Who are you anyway? All you know is to call me a youngster. The head of Zhongnan sect got very angry and called minor disciple an impertinent youth, and that he couldn't even recognize Zhongnan's form. Cheongmen ironically said with a sneer that he thought the head of Zhongnan sect is some kind of boss. Cheongmen looked at the leader of the Zhongnan sect with a look of disdain and said, I see you know how to cure Mr. Huang. The sect leader said that it was because Mr. Huang had strayed from the path of Taoism, and that the only cure was Daodi. Cheongmen ironically suggested calling some shaman, to which the head of the Junan sect shrieked that there was no need for that. Young Men states the fact that Huashan and Zhongnan sects are only half laymen and suggests calling a real Taoist. The head of the Zhongnan sect is finally angry at the youngster and is surprised by Huang Zhongyi's inaction. Huang Zhongyi asked the elder not to mistake his sect for Milky Way and said that he would make the decisions. Huang Zhongyi wanted to ask the young man a question, to which Cheonmen answered him without respect. You? Yes. What do you want? Young head of Milky Way asked to elaborate on the speculation about his father's illness. Cheonmen had heard that head Huang often went on trading expeditions. Huang Zhongyi confirmed this. Disciple was sure that on one of these trips, head Huang had visited near the Shiwandashan Depression, to which young head exclaimed, "Yeah." But then he changed his mind. Cheongmen was surprised because all the speculation about Devil Sect attacking Mr. Huan was answered negatively. The head of the Zhongnan sect continued to insult Huangshan school, which clearly annoyed Huang Zhongyi. Huang Zhongyi is grateful for the young man's willingness to help, but feels that his father is already in too serious a stage of illness to conduct experiments. Huang Zhongyi asks to convey his thanks to the head of Huangshan for his concern. Suddenly, Cheongmen began to detail the symptoms of head Huang's illness, especially the black key that had accumulated not only on the bridge of his nose, but also on the back of his head. Young head abruptly opened the door and shouted, "How did you know?" The young head of Trade Guild asked a young man to come in and escort him out. The head of the Zhongnan sect was puzzled by what was happening and said that the young man had simply listed the symptoms of a yin surge. Huang Junyi asked the head Zhonang sect, "You say that when yin surges, black qi accumulates in the parietal region and the back of the head. Why then were you unable to cure my father?" Huang Junyi said that it was a Milky Way matter, and the head of the Zhongnan sect left the building in anger. It turns out his father's condition is worse than it should be. These are clearly symptoms of the devil's flower. Cheongmen said that the medical treatment won't be that difficult, and concluded that Mr. Huan won't die. It will take some time to recover, and there are some things that need to be prepared. Cheongmen asks for breakfast and says that the treatment takes a lot of energy, and it's important to eat well. Huang Zhongyi decides he can trust the young guy. Young disciple intends to ask head questions and find out the reason why head Huang is sick. Cheongmen asked, "Who was nearest to your father? Excluding you, of course." Huang Zhongyi wondered why the young man needed such information. The young disciple replied that it was for treatment. "A father has many helpers, at least 5 that fit your description," said the head of the merchants. Huang Zhongyi asked what Cheonmen was looking for and if he realized it himself. The young man said that it was probably one of them who made Mr. Huang sick. All the members of the trade guild were like family to each other. Everyone respected head Huang, said head of Milky Way. Realizing that Huang Zhongyi has no suspicions, Cheongmen decides that investigation will reveal everything. Judging from the state of the head, the one who used the demonic technique ineptly was constantly infusing demonic qi. The one who did that was laboring for a long time. The investigation had already begun. Cheongmen asked for one more thing, another bottle of booze. The head of the Zhongnan sect was very angry that the boy had entered Xi'an with all the honors. Also, his name was the same as that unkillable bastard, Cheongmen, the noble plum blossom blade. A second-generation disciple of the Zhongnan school, Li Xiongbaek exclaimed in surprise, "A noble swordsman of the plum blossom?" The head of the Zhongnan sect continued to resent the boy Cheongmen who had volunteered to heal the great head O Huan. The head of the Zhongnan sect felt that such a noble title was not suitable for this little brat. Li Xiongbaek thought, as soon as we talk about Huazenghan, he immediately loses his temper. Li Xiongbaek continued to ponder. It's been so many years since the Huangshan plum blossom style was buried, but it's still on everyone's lips. How great that person was. Li Xiongbaek tried to calm his head, but he aggressively replied, "How can you not be worried? That asshole raised the whole village's ears by promising to cure Huan." Li Xiongbaek asked his chief about youngster Cheongmen's ability to cure Chief Huan. It said that there's been an improvement. Huan's support is invaluable, and if the boy Cheongmen can cure him, the Milky Way head can't turn his back on the Huangshan sect since it saved his life. Lee Sung-baik concluded that youngster Cheongmen needed to be thwarted and began to express his plan to the elder. Lee Sung-baik asked, "If that child is causing so much trouble, can we just kick him out?" To which the head indignantly replied, "You?" Lee Sung-baik confidently said that if the elder interfered, the boy would be in trouble, but they second-generation disciples are also capable of something. Head Zhongnan was pensive. Who would have any questions if a second-generation Zhongnan disciple and a third-generation Huangshan disciple crossed swords? The head wondered if there would be rumors that we were hurting the children. But Lee Seong-baek assured him that the sects had long shared experience in battle, and everyone knew it. Lee Sung-baek was confident that there shouldn't be a problem if they ran into each other during an exhibition fight, and overdid it a bit. Because the great Zhonghua gathering should be held soon, and this would be a great excuse for an introductory battle. Zhonghua is an event where Hwasungan and Zhongnan sects exchange experiences and measure their strength. Head Zhongnan gave his opinion. "I heard you, however. I can't give my consent because your plan might harm the school's prestige." Head Zhongnan said, "How will the masters look at us if we affect a child from a crumbling school?" The disciple replied that he would take note that the head of the sect did not insist on it. The head said that there was nothing wrong if one of the disciples of the Zhongnan sect could make a mistake, and would of course accept punishment. The school leader said that he himself would personally punish whoever touched that child and thought, complete with a huge reward. "Obey and obey," Lee Seong-baek uttered. After the disciples left, Head Zhongnan began to ponder. It goes without saying that they look at Hwasungan sect as a laughingstock. At the time of their birth, the Hwasungan sect's affairs were already going downhill. Head of Zhongnan said, "But in my youth, Hwasungan was not a school that Zhongnan could raise under. If the demonic sect's attack hadn't crippled Hwasungan, right now, up until this moment, Zhongnan wouldn't have been able to bypass her." Head Zhongnan continued to ponder. "We can't go back to those times. We can't have Hwasungan return to its roots." The head of Zhongnan thought that they had already trampled them into the mud, and they would no longer be able to revive, but a second-generation Zhongnan disciple, Ko Hui, asked Lee Sung-baek what he planned to do with this child. Lee Sung-baek replied that the boy should be punished and released. Lee Seong-baek thought that even though he didn't like treating a child negligently, it wouldn't do any good if someone like an elder got into a fight with a youngster. Lee Seong-baek thought that even though he didn't like treating a child negligently, it wouldn't do any good if someone like an elder got into a fight with a youngster. Ko Hui continued to ask questions. What were the Hwasungans thinking, sending the child alone? This would never have happened in Zhongnan. Lee Sung-baek replied that all schools have different circumstances, and there are reasons for that. Ko Hui, you see the conditions in Hwasungan aren't the best? Lee Seong-baek said, why do we need to know how other schools are? We're only doing what we have to do. Don't forget that we need to help the elder now. The two Zhongnan students noticed a boy named Cheon Myeong walking in front of them. They said, wow, I don't even have to look for him, and approached him. Cheon Myeong greets his competitors. Lee Sung-baek says with a smirk, what a pleasure to meet Hwasungan's disciple, and introduces himself. Cheon Myeong clearly wasn't very interested in that. Lee Sung-baek asked a question about where the young man was headed. Cheon Myeong replied that he's heading to Head Hwan, wanting to see if there's any improvement. At that moment, Lee Sung-baek's head was filled with thoughts of how the child had so much strength to heal Head Hwan. Lee Sung-baek asks Cheon Myeong for his attention, and he agrees. Disciple of Zhongnan sect gets to his plan and tells Cheon Myeong that since ancient times, their sects have been exchanging martial experience to improve their skills. Lee Sung-baek continued his thought and said that even now there is an event like Zhonghua taking place. Cheon Myeong said he joined the school not too long ago and didn't know about it. Lee Sung-baek assumed this and realized why the boy was being so disrespectful. Lee Seong-baek says that experiencing the Hwasungan sword style will greatly help training. What do you think? Would you deign to show the technique of the great Hwasungan? At that, in his mind, Lee Seong-baek was already prepared for rejection. because he knew that his art was beyond the boy's grasp. Cheon Myeong replied to the question. "Oh, so that's right. Are you suggesting a fight?" Lee Sung-baek agreed at first, but then abruptly tried to correct his words and said it wasn't a fight, but an exchange of knowledge. Cheon Myeong rebukes Lee Sung-baek that this is the challenge to fight, and says that he will always accept the challenge to fight, only won't Lee Sung-baek regret it? Lee Sung-baek asks boy about his rank, and he replies that he doesn't have one, but his name is Cheon Myeong. Lee Sung-baek decided to give some advice to the young boy. You must think you're not guilty of anything, but the world doesn't judge just by who's right and who's wrong. Lee Sung-baek very aggressively said to the boy, "Go back to Huashang before any misfortune happens. Can't you just leave, then we won't need to fight?" Cheon Myeong sassily replies to him, "I see that Zhongnan's disciples only compete by talking. You were the first to tease them to fight, and now you don't want to fight." Ko Hui, who was standing behind Lee Sung-baek, became furious and shouted out, "Asshole!" But Lee Sung-baek tried not to give in to his anger, and stopped Ko Hui. Lee Sung-baek thought that the young man had obviously not been taught how to behave, judging from how much he wanted to hit him. Lee Sung-baek told Cheon Myeong that he was right, and there was no point in being nice to him anymore. "Let's see which one of us wins. I am a follower of Zhongnan sect," Lee Seong-baek urges Huashang disciple Cheon Myeong to bare his sword. Cheon Myeong, watching all of Lee Sung-baek's body movements, suddenly said, "Just a second." Lee Sung-baek growled with rage. "What else?" "I'm not talking to you." Cheon Myeong waved it away like a pesky wasp. Boy pointed to Lee Sung-baek's back. "There. Fighter in the back." Ko Hui, who was standing not far from Lee Sung-baek, poked his finger at himself in surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. "Am I?" Ko Hui clarified. "Yes," Cheon Myeong confirmed, extending his hand. "Lend me your sword," Cheon Myeong asked as he watched the twisted faces of Zhongnan's students, who hadn't expected such a development at all. Lee Sung-baek couldn't understand how such a thing could even occur to Cheon Myeong. "Borrow a sword? Are those the words of a disciple of a renowned school? After all, the very first thing sword schools teach is not to lend your sword. How can a sword school student not have a sword?" Lee Sung-baek asked. Cheon Myeong looked at his opponent as if he was a fool and replied, "Who knew they would want to fight me?" Cheon Myeong turned away from Lee Sung-baek, muttering, "If you don't want to swing, don't. I'll find something to swing at myself." Lee Seong-baek was already losing his temper. "Damn Huashang school. Give him the sword." Lee Seong-baek ordered his comrade. "But the elder?" The latter was indignant. "Do you want to hear Zhongnan being rebuked for attacking defenseless Huashang disciples?" Raged Lee Seong-baek at Ko Hui, who was fighting back. Still standing with his back to the two Zhongnan school representatives, Cheon Myeong heard them call out to him, "Hey!" Turning around, Cheon Myeong saw that a sword thrown at him. Deftly catching the sword, Cheon Myeong shouted, "Thank you," and slung it on his shoulder without taking it out of its sheath. "Shall we start then?" Cheon Myeong suggested to his opponent, Lee Sung-baek. "You're not even taking your sword out of its sheath?" Lee Seong-baek asked, which confused Cheon Myeong. "I'm not going to kill anyone, so why do I have to bear it? You guys do as you please." Lee Sung-baek sighed heavily. Cheon Myeong was very annoying to the second stage disciple. Looking at his opponent, Lee Sung-baek didn't realize how this boy was driving him mad. Once you talk to him, you immediately lose all upbringing. Lee Seong-baek thought, "I used to think I could only scare him." Lee Sung-baek thought, "This kid won't understand anything if I don't tell him straight." Narrowing his eyes in which blue lightning flashed, Lee Seong-baek resolutely said, "It's better to do the right thing. It's already too late to expect favor from me." He got in the rack and the fight began. A second and Lee Seong-baek lunged at Cheon Myeong, cleaving the air and seemingly the ground. Lee Seong-baek's speed was great, which made Cheon Myeong slightly surprised. The swords crossed. Cheon Myeong deflected Lee Seong-baek's strike even though it wasn't easy. Despite all the knowledge that Cheon Myeong possessed, his body was still a teenager and not as tough. Cheon Myeong repelled Lee Sung-baek's attacks, exerting all his strength to maintain his body. while Lee Seong-baek was simply unstoppable from the energy he was spewing. Lee Seong-baek threw punch after punch at Cheon-men, but Boy blocked them all. In the square where the battle was taking place, it was almost impossible to make out anything due to the swirl of dust. As he watched, Junior, who was sharing his sword with Cheon-men, smiled and thought that Lee Seong-baek was obviously very angry that this was happening. There was a fight going on in the square, and the junior disciple didn't even doubt who would win. Of course, it would be Lee Seong-baek. He won't let go of that little bully so easily, he thought contentedly as he watched Cheon-men continue to stagger back under his opponent's onslaught. That boy hurt him too much, Junior pondered as he looked at a panting and sweating Cheon-men. Ko Hui stood like a judge in the middle of the square to the sound of fighting and the cracking of plates underfoot. You should have looked at who you were bullying, he continued to say to Cheon-men. The sparks flew in different directions, and the cloths flew up in beautiful clouds around their opponents' legs as they fought. Seeing that Cheon-men was not giving up, Junior thought. He looks like he's doing well, but he's probably dying. Senior could have finished off that Cheon-men a long time ago if he just wanted to, but then there would be rumors that we're bullying the kids. Ko Hui continued to think. Looking at how Lee Seong-baek continued to attack Cheon-men, the younger student noted that the elder was now greatly restraining his strength and speed just to block the boy. Without striking a blow, he gives a valuable lesson, concluded the younger man. Watching Lee Seong-baek's sleight of hand, Ko Hui thought that such an instruction would bring the arrogant boy down to earth. The sounds of fighting echoed throughout the neighborhood and the roofs of the buildings seemed to shake. Lee Seong-baek and Cheon-men continued to fight like this. Even though he was facing a teenager, Lee Seong-baek was exhausted. Sweat was pouring down his temples, and the disgusting boy kept blocking Lee Seong-baek's punches. Lee Seong-baek looked at the skinny boy, who was also out of breath and tired, and could not understand how Cheon-men was stopping these unstoppable blows from all sides. If you put it that way, last time, Cheon-men just put his sword in the place where I would strike, and just waited? Lee Seong-baek was puzzled. Frowning, disciple of Zhongnan's sect began to guess that young men was reading the trajectory of his sword. But that's impossible. Lee Seong-baek couldn't believe himself, unless he had gotten into my mind. This is impossible, Lee Seong-baek thought as he made another attack on Cheon-men. No matter how good the kid was, he looked like he was barely 15. He's no older than my little brother. Lee Seong-baek felt like he was starting to lose control of the situation. But this kid, Cheon-men, was too good for an ordinary teenager, even if he was a student of a great school. Cheon-men was fighting on par with an adult, and it pissed Lee Seong-baek off. Let's see how you repel this one, Lee Seong-baek thought angrily, gripping the hilt of his sword tighter and no longer holding back his strength. In a second, Cheon-men turned around in the right direction and fended off the blow with one hand. It was an amazing sight. The skinny teenager seemed to be fending off all the attacks from the older follower of Zhongnan. He stopped every single blow, Lee Seong-baek thought in amazement. He could feel that he was starting to get tired and it made him angry. Lee Seong-baek couldn't believe that he couldn't manage to land a single blow on the boy. Cheon-men stood in front of the unpleasantly surprised Lee Seong-baek as if nothing had happened and waited for the next move from his opponent. My sword technique is recognized as the best in all of Zhongnan, Lee Seong-baek thought in despair, realizing that they could fight until the evening, or maybe until the next morning, but the result would be the same. Cheon-men would still continue to repel all the blows because he was calculating Lee Seong-baek's actions ahead of time. Lee Seong-baek could feel the rage beginning to overwhelm him. This, Lee Seong-baek muttered, feeling his lips quivering and a grin appearing from anger. The fighter's fist clenched on the hilt of his sword with such force that his bones began to crunch. Cheon-men saw the energy around Lee Seong-baek change and realized that his opponent was up to something. An uncontrollable rage seemed to consume Zhongnan's disciple. It was as if he had become possessed. This can't be! Roared Lee Seong-baek. He was obsessed with the idea of striking the arrogant boy, of seeing Cheon-men defeated on the ground, of forcing him to surrender. Boy warily observed the change in Lee Seong-baek's appearance. Something unimaginable was budding from the anger emanating from Zhongnan's eldest follower. In a frenzy, flashing his eyes, Lee Seong-baek prepared to deliver a decisive blow. A blade pointed forward is capable of shattering the entire world, thought Lee Seong-baek in desperate anger, intending to use one of the most powerful moves and techniques. 36 Sword Celestial. The only celestial, Lee Seong-baek muttered to himself as if delirious. Subvert. Overthrowing the enemy was all he could think about right now as he prepared for the decisive attack. Senior, don't forget, the younger disciple shouted in despair, realizing that he was about to witness a disaster. He saw Lee Seong-baek's face become as if mad, but it was already too late. Gripping his sword tighter, Lee Seong-baek rushed forward to attack the petite teenager, who continued to stand like that, ready to attack. Lee Seong-baek thought too late about the consequences of his actions. Just a little bit more, and I would have indeed him. Cold sweat came out on Lee Seong-baek's face, seeing how the Cheongmen's puny body flies off to the side like a straw effigy and hits the wall of the building. Another second and Cheongmen collapsed to the ground with tremendous force, raising a dense around him pillars of dust. Boy was like a broken puppet sitting on his lap. Lee Seong-baek had achieved what he had originally wanted. The boy had been defeated. But was it at this price? Everything went quiet, but not for long. After a moment, Cheongmen let out a horrible wheeze and blood spurted out of his mouth. Lee Seong-baek and the junior apprentice froze in horror and seemed unable to move. Everything that had happened was too horrible. Cheongmen fell face first into the road and lay motionless, scaring Lee Seong-baek and the younger student. Blood continued to flow out of boy's mouth, but he himself was unmoving. Hey! Lee Seong-baek called out to younger. This wasn't how he envisioned a sword fight with a small boy he just wanted to teach a lesson to. Cheongmen was still lying in the middle of the square, in a pool of blood, and a confused Lee Seong-baek looked at him stupidly, not understanding what had happened. Lee Seong-baek was brought out of his stupor by a shout. There were footsteps behind him and the excited shout of a younger student. Senior, what did you do to the baby? Ko Hui asked excitedly, running closer to Lee Seong-baek. No. Lee Seong-baek rambled in panic as he looked at the younger student who was clearly angered and frightened by what had happened. Fighter frantically thought about what to do in this situation. His brain was coming up with various options, but none of them were suitable. Meanwhile, the younger student leaned over Cheongmen and turned him over on his back, trying to look at his wounds. There were no open wounds, and yet blood continued to pour from Cheongmen's mouth. Cheongmen's face turned waxy white, and the blood on it stood out even more vividly. I have definitely subdued my inner strength, Lee Seong-baek thought in despair. There were no open over and over again, especially the last punch, and couldn't understand what could have caused this result. Lee Seong-baek remembered how Cheongmen flew back against the wall of the building and thought in bewilderment. This kid, even the most powerful blows didn't even leave a scratch on him. How come he was thrown back like that by a sword lacking internal strength? Just then, Cheongmen, still lying in the arms of the younger disciple, wheezed. After another second, a fountain of blood came out of Cheongmen's mouth. But how? Why? Lee Seong-baek couldn't understand. Junior apprentice Ko Hui cried out in helplessness as he looked at the stream of blood. Ko Hui ran around in a panic and exclaimed, How come? Senior, what should we do? But Lee Seong-baek stood staring blankly at what was happening, and his thoughts were inhibited. Wow! I didn't know that a person could spew so much blood. All Lee Seong-baek cared about now was that everyone would think it was his mistake. Absolutely everyone, Lee Seong-baek thought hopelessly. And in vain, Ko Hui panted, trying to shout to the senior student. Lee Seong-baek's gaze fell on her new expensive shoes and dressy clothes. What is it? The shoes? Or kaftan asked. Lee Seong-baek didn't realize right away. And then, as he realized, it was the junior head of the Milky Way Trading Guild, Hwang Jung-yi himself, standing beside him. Lee Seong-baek felt a drop of panic sweat roll down his temple. Realizing that Lee Seong-baek was in a state of prostration, Hwang Jung asked a question to Ko Hui, who was still continuing to hold Cheongmen in his arms. What's going on here? Can someone explain it to me? Ko Hui prepared to face a fair wave of anger. and Kohui got it. A tsunami of rage from Hwang Jung-yi descended on him as well as Lee Sung-baek. What the hell is going on here? What did you do? The picture that Hwang Jung-yi saw was truly horrifying. A bloody Cheonmen lying on the square, Kohui trying to help or kill the boy, and Lee Seong-baek holding a sword in his hands. After lifting Cheongmen's eyelids, the local healer concluded that the boy's condition was critical, and it was very, very bad. His body is a mess, the healer muttered while examining Cheongmen. He needs to be moved as soon as possible. With those words, the assistant healer hefted the half-dead Cheongmen onto his back, and they quickly headed towards the palace. Just run carefully. Careful, the healer admonished his assistant. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-baek came to his senses and began to actively think through various versions of what had happened. Looking at the junior disciple's sword lying in a pool of blood, Lee Sung-baek thought, would any excuse even work? There was too much blood even though the sword was in its scabbard. In a situation like this, not just Zhuge Liang, not even his grandfather can help justify himself, Lee Seong-baek thought in despair, already cursing the moment he was about to teach Cheongmen a lesson. Meanwhile, Hwang Jung-yi muttered to himself as he looked at the bloody slabs. They're taking advantage of their high position. He's just a kid. How could they send an assassin to him? Lee Seong-baek stood behind him, staring guiltily at the ground, hesitant to speak. Blood flowed to Hwang Jung-yi's expensive boots, but he completely disregarded it. I considered Zhongnan as a school whose followers have a conscience. Hwang Jung-yi was angry and confused. He didn't know how to react to what had happened. Looking at his reflection in the bloody puddle, Hwang Jung-yi thought, how am I supposed to understand those who do this in front of me? Hwang Jung-yi abruptly turned around and looked sternly at Cheongmen's abuser, and his gaze didn't bode well. Hwang Jung-yi wanted to grab the guy and give him a good shake to bring him to his senses. I won't forget about what happened today, Hwang Jung warned, still looking at Lee Sung-baek. But, young master, the senior disciple began to mumble something inarticulately. But then Hwang Jung-yi ordered Lee Sung-baek in a harsh and impassioned manner. Leave the guild immediately. What? Lee Seong-baek asked in disbelief. But then another footstep was heard, and a familiar voice asked calmly, why all the fuss? Lee Sung-baek recognized the leader's voice and rejoiced. Kim Ok-seung stood behind Lee Sung-baek's back and radiated confidence and calmness. Lee Seong-baek even felt a bit more cheerful. Quickly assessing the situation, Kim Ok-seung was also surprised, but he didn't give it away with a single muscle. On the ground, very eloquently, in a pool of scarlet blood, lay a sword in its scabbard. And the wall of the building that Cheongmen flew into was shattered and mangled under the pressure of an unimaginable and irresistible force. The whole picture before Kim Ok-seung's eyes was quite colorful and spoke for itself. You don't need to be an expert to understand what happened. What a bunch of dumbasses, Kim Ok-seung thought angrily as he looked at Lee Seong-baek, who was still staring at the ground. Hwang Jung-yi circled the entire area with the slabs destroyed in some places, a pool of blood, and the wall of the building badly damaged. You call this an accident? The sect leader was a bit taken aback as he didn't expect such a reaction from the young head. The child who is treating my father was almost killed by the students of an influential school. Hwang Jung-yi exclaimed. Is it an accident? The thought that these dumbasses had almost ruined the key to his father's recovery made Hwang Jung-yi furious, and he shouted again. An accident implies that there is no hidden agenda, or am I wrong? Young master, you've got it all wrong. Lee Sung-baek finally spoke again. Apparently, Kim Ok-seung's presence had energized and of confidence. I never once allowed myself to cross the line. It was a fair bet. But Hwang Jung-yi was adamant. Look, he said angrily. Is the problem just that you've overdone it? What was the original reason for the Zhongnan disciple raising his sword at their Huashan child? Hwang Jung-yi demandingly asked Lee Sung-baek. But the disciple had once again turned into something vomiting and muttering. I'm it. Plus sparring, Hwang Jung-yi exclaimed again, still looking at the pool of blood, not understanding how a little boy like Cheongmen had so much blood in him. Not that I'm very familiar with the terms of warriors, Huang Zhongyi continued, but I've been told that sparring is when two opponents of equal strength come together in a duel to exchange combat knowledge. Are you telling me that you sparred with a kid half your size? Huang Zhong. Yi looked at Li Xiongbaek, a dewy, tall young man who was simply a giant compared to Cheongmen. Is this the lauded valor of Zhongnan? Huang Zhongyi asked bitterly. I'll be brief. Huang Zhongyi spoke tiredly without even looking at Li Xiongbaek. You will gather your disciples and leave the guild today. Ki Mok-shung angrily moved his eyebrows and stared into space as if he didn't notice anything. He was powerless in this situation, and it was infuriating. But at the same time, the sect leader humbly confirmed, so be it. Ki Mok-shung clearly realized that Li Xiongbaek had given up so much that he didn't know how to get out of it. Huang Zhongyi looked sternly at the sect leader, but the latter hurriedly assured, however, young master, remember that despite the unfortunate incident, Zhongnan wishes with all his heart for head Huan to recover. Huang Zhongyi abruptly spun on his heels and rushed away. The realization that his father would be left without help again, because of these foolish Zhongnan disciples, made him angry. Passing by Ki Mok-shung, Huang Zhongyi threw down with annoyance. Undoubtedly, and walked away from the square, muttering in a low voice, though it may not seem true. Too many strange things had happened lately. Huang Zhongyi was really beginning to wonder if anyone wanted his father to get well sooner than he did. Ki Mok-shung heard the young master's last sentence and grimaced, leaving the remark unanswered. He didn't like everything about this situation, and this was not how he had intended to solve the problem with Cheongmen. Huang Zhongyi left the square, and Ki Mok-shung was left standing next to Li Xiongbaek and Ko Hui, amidst the traces of the recent fight. Ko Hui looked at the departing procession in bewilderment, then shifted his gaze to the elder. Li Xiongbaek stood with his head bowed low, ready to accept Ki Mok-shung's anger, and at the same time, full of the desire to prove that he was not to blame for what had happened. Elder, Li Xiongbaek began, but Ki Mok-shung didn't bother to talk unnecessarily. Interrupting Li Xiongbaek, the elder said, Ko Hui and I will return to the main mountain. Li Xiongbaek looked at Ki Mok-shung fearfully, not believing that he had said that. Somewhere in the back of his mind, there was hope that the elder would stand up for Li Xiongbaek. You're the one who made it. You're the one who has to clean it up, the elder said sternly, glaring angrily at his apprentice. You will stay here and beg your master's forgiveness by any means necessary, and only then will you return to the mountain. Li Xiongbaek looked at the head of the school in despair, not knowing how to act now or where to start. Do you understand me? The elder asked sternly. Biting his lip painfully, Li Xiongbaek realized that he had no choice but to agree, and yet he didn't understand what he had to do now. Yes, elder, Li Xiongbaek whispered. Meanwhile, in the palace, Bong Jia-bok and Huang Zhongyi were standing near the bed where Cheongmen was lying unconscious. The doctor said that the situation is dangerous. The meridians are in a complete mess, Huang Zhongyi muttered. Not far away was the vat in which Cheongmen had been bathed after the battle. The water was maroon, and the towel hanging from the edge of the vat was stained with blood. The doctor is now trying to restore the boy's strength, Huang Zhongyi said. But he can't guarantee a full recovery. Cheongmen lay still as pale and covered in abrasions. But that means his life is out of danger? Bong Jia-bok asked. Looks like it, replied Huang Zhongyi. He really wanted to believe it himself. The men stood by the bed with Cheongmen for a while, thinking about what had happened. At least some good news, Huang Zhongyi said, meaning that Cheongmen was not in danger. When approximately will he wake up? Huang Zhongyi asked. It will take at least 2 to 3 days, replied Bong Jia-bok. Huang Zhongyi sighed. This had been too long. There wasn't much time at all. Every second counted. Just as long as father didn't get worse during this time. Huang Zhongyi thought bitterly as he looked at the barely breathing Cheongmen, and remembering how Cheongmen had diagnosed Huan while holding the old man's hand, he thought that this child was the only one who had been able to improve his father's condition. He was the only one who had succeeded. The black chi then left Huang's forehead and eyes, and his face seemed to brighten. He was the last hope to save his father, Huang Zhongyi thought in despair. However, the image of Li Xiongbaek immediately came to mind, the one who had traumatized Cheonma so much that Huang Zhongyi had lost his last hope. I still couldn't figure out what was driving him this afternoon. If they had any respect for the guild and father, they wouldn't have dared to do this. Huang Zhongyi began to boil again. His fists seemed to clench in mute rage as if by themselves. Jie Zhongnan's cruelty and insolence has exceeded all limits, Huang Zhongyi thought. And yet, sir, Bong Jabok began. Can this child really cure the head? What do you think? Still standing by the bedside with the ailing Cheongmen, Bong Jabok said, I'm not holding out empty hopes. I don't know, Huang Zhongyi admitted, but none of the renowned and countless doctors could tell me what kind of disease had taken my father down. But this kid could. And he hadn't even seen his father yet. The kid was able to pinpoint all the symptoms. At those words, Huang Zhongyi remembered how that day, Cheongmen had shouted all the symptoms into the closed gate. His whole body goes hot and cold. Those first words immediately made Huang Zhongyi stop and hesitate. What's more, I saw my father get better with my own eyes, Huang Zhong. Yi didn't give up on expressing his hopes. Bong Jabok remained silent. There were too many things that were mysterious. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have succumbed to such blind faith, admitted Huang Zhongyi, sighing annoyingly. Heaven must have come to our rescue. In any case, spare no expense to make sure that Cheongmen's recovery goes without complications, Huang Zhongyi ordered. They say that all the worst atrocities are committed at night. The moon had just emerged from behind the dim clouds and was illuminating the roof of the palace as someone broke into the palace. Sneaking footsteps were heard, barely perceptible. The soles of his shoes barely audibly squeaked. Someone was clearly approaching the room where Cheongmen was lying. The stranger opened the door noiselessly and crossed the threshold of the sick man's room. He hesitated a moment and moved forward, straight to the bed where Cheongmen lay, helpless and sick. With 2 fingers, index and middle fingers, the stranger looked at Cheongmen and said, It's not that I hate you. Cheongmen was still lying motionless and didn't even know that his fate was being decided. 2 fingers ignited and became like a devil's torch, and the stranger still spoke as quietly as before. Consider it payment for meddling in my affairs. With those words, the hooded stranger swung his hand with flaming fingers like a weapon over Boy, intending to do everything quickly and quietly. Abruptly bringing his hand down on Cheongmen's head as if piercing it with a sword, the stranger sensed something wrong. His fingers touched not the younger man, but the pillow. The stranger missed. Missed? How could that happen? The stranger looked at his victim in confusion. In the next instant, Cheongmen opened his eyes, and in them flashed the reflection of the devilish flame that was blazing in the stranger. I caught you, you rascal, Cheongmen exclaimed, smiling happily. The stranger jerked violently, trying to attack with his other hand while trying to free himself from Boy's grip. Bastard! The stranger wheezed, realizing that the attempts were futile for now. In the next instant, Cheongmen did an amazing somersault and jumped over the stranger, while he was grunting and trying to apply some other technique. In a leap, Boy managed to kick the stranger and get behind him. Cheongmen seemed to be amused by the whole situation, so he just played with the stranger like a circus performer, always being 1 step ahead and out of reach. The infuriated stranger clenched his teeth and realized he was losing control of the situation. He looked like a clumsy and ridiculous clown now. Cheongmen immediately sensed the change in the stranger's mood and prepared to repel the attack. The stranger finally regained his composure and control and resorted to the technique of demonic magic. The room flickered with devilish fire that was born from the stranger's hands. The stranger threw a fireball at Guy, intending to end the bullying Boy once and for all. But Cheongmen flew to the ceiling, dodging the fire. This confused the stranger, who had already expected to finish the Boy off. There you are, you vile rat, roared the stranger, coming in for another round of throwing fiery, deadly energy. It seemed that death was imminent. Let's see how you dodge in the air! The stranger laughed angrily, intending to corner Cheongmen. The palm with the demonic fire was already close to Guy, and the stranger was sure he had gotten the insolent man. Cheon Myeong was too close. But Boy dodged again at the last moment, repelling the demonic fire with his strength. And the fiery palm, like a dog biting the air, didn't catch anyone. Hwang Jung-yi and a crowd of guards walked into the ruined room. Cheongman laughed merrily again, mouthing, "Caught you here." Boy mocked the hapless stranger. What amused Cheongman the most was how everyone believed that he was dead. Hwang Jung-yi looked at the stranger sternly. "What are you doing here?" Hwang Jung-yi asked, not understanding how such a thing was possible. The guards behind his back stood silently, shifting from foot to foot. The stranger was none other than Bong Ja-bok. It was a shocking discovery. My lord," Bong Ja-bok babbled excitedly, realizing that he had crossed every conceivable and unthinkable boundary. Cheongman was the only one who didn't lose his optimism, quickly bending down to pick up a scrap of cloth, as if he wasn't the one being carried away today, barely breathing, from the square. "You see," Boy exclaimed happily. Cheongman tied a scrap of cloth around his hair, making it into a thick ponytail. He was in a wonderful mood. Walking up to Hwang Jung-yi, Cheongman turned around to look at the villain. Looking around the dilapidated room, Disciple joyfully asked Hwang Jung-yi, "I told you he would show up." Hwang Jung-yi looked at Bong Ja-bok sternly. "Although I doubted your words," Hwang Jung-yi turned to Cheongman, "but I have nothing to say about the result." Bong Ja-bok was still standing amidst the ruins, hooded, clenching his fists unaccountably. "Suddenly, the villain was the one you trusted the most," Hwang Jung-yi said as he looked at his advisor. How did you figure me out?" Bong Ja-bok asked Cheongman. The masks had already been dropped, and Bong Ja-bok just wanted to satisfy his curiosity. Cheongman cheered up even more. "I didn't calculate at all." "How so?" Bong Ja-bok wondered. With a cheerful smile, Boy revealed the secret. "I didn't have any guesses about the identity of the villain. I just thought that if the one treating Head Hwan pretended to be sick, the villain is definitely appear to kill him." Bong Ja-bok looked at the teenager who had circled him like an unreasonable child in bewilderment. "But," Bong Ja-bok muttered in confusion, "what if I hadn't come?" Cheongman smugly hummed, "You simply had no other choice. By killing me now, all the blame could be put on Jongnan. Would you pass up a chance like that?" Everything was going too smoothly. Cheongmen explained his train of thought. "So you mean you sang with Jongnan beforehand?" A furious Bong Ja-bok roared. "Not at all," Cheongmen hurriedly explained. "Those guys, from Jongnan, just decided to tease me just in time. And for that, thank you very much," Cheongmen continued to explain. Bong Ja-bok in turn couldn't believe that he had been so easily fooled, that he had so underestimated the boy. "I don't understand," Bong Ja-bok muttered, feeling anger begin to overwhelm him. "Then what about your internal injuries?" he howled. "According to the doctor, the injury was so serious that even the meridians have come to a complete—" Chongmen smiled indulgently, interrupting Bong Ja-bok's rant. "You're asking two obvious things. It's not hard to fool a simple doctor." Cheongmen laughed as he laughed so hard that he annoyed Bong Ja-bok. Bong Ja-bok stood like a sullen statue in front of Boy. "I see that you are very curious," Cheongmen continued smiling. "But, uncle, you may not be able to satisfy your curiosity for a while." Smiling victoriously, Cheongmen happily informed Bong Ja-bok, "The most important thing right now is that you're trapped, and I caught the villain who was going to kill the head of Hwan." A moment later, the ruined room erupts into thunderous laughter. Bong Ja-bok laughs like he has never laughed in his life. Cheongmen, Hwang Jung-yi, and the rest of the crowd looked at the laughing Bong Ja-bok in confusion, trying to figure out if the counselor had lost his mind. "Just because I tried to kill you," Merchant said with a laugh, feeling more confident for the first time in this cursed room. "Can that prove my attempt on the head? Young master, don't tell me you believe his words?" Hwang Jung-yi looks at man skeptically. "You didn't miss the most important part of his logic, did you?" Bong Ja-bok asks confidently. "Important?" Hwang Jung-yi interjected, spreading his arms to the sides as if to show that he was clean. Bong Ja-bok asked in an innocent voice. An assassination attempt on the head? Why should I go to such a thing? The head has been so good to me. Hwang Jung-yi looked at Bong Ja-bok carefully, trying to remain impartial, while Man continued to tell his side of the story. Isn't that why young master didn't suspect me either? Hwang Jung-yi remained silent. Hwang Jung-yi finally spoke up, addressing Bong Ja-bok. Then why did you try to kill the young swordsman? And why did you hide the fact that you possess a martial art? Bong Ja-bok let the question pass his ears and almost indignantly exclaimed, "This child bewitched you?" Even the most renowned doctors couldn't cure the head, Bong Ja-bok shouted frantically, trying to change Hwang Jung-yi's mind. How can some boy cure the chapter? Bong Ja-bok continued to yell. Then you should have convinced me, Hwang Jung-yi replied to him defiantly. Didn't it occur to you that that would have been enough to resolve the situation? Would you have listened to me? Bong Ja-bok continued to shout in despair. I was confused! Hwang Jung-yi remained silent and looked at Bong Ja-bok as he continued. Only someone who is bewitched would never listen to others. After pointing his finger at the skinny Cheon Myeong, that despicable liar, Bong Ja-bok continued to bend his line. Killing that child was the only way to bring you to your senses. That was the only way we could continue the treatment. But Man interrupts Cheon Myeong in a completely disrespectful wry way. Blah blah blah. Cheon Myeong's whole appearance showed that he was already tired of this whole situation. How much longer do we have to listen to your stupid excuses? Cheon Myeong cheekily asked the stiffened Bong Ja-bok. What? Bong Ja-bok stretched out in surprise. Cheon Myeong abruptly turned around and walked toward Man. Strength flowed into Cheon Myeong's clenched fist, and the guy himself looked very determined. Let's finish with one punch, Boy shouted, and rushed towards Bong Ja-bok. Man didn't need to be persuaded twice. Without hesitation, Bong Ja-bok swung his fiery palm, preparing to repel the blow. Clashing in a brief bout, Cheon Myeong seems to give in to Man and is set up for a punch. That's right. A brown mark appears on Boy's hand, and it's as if all the power is gone from his fist. Abruptly squatting down on the floor, Cheon Myeong picked himself up as if his strength was really starting to leave him. But in the next instant, Guy raised his wounded arm upward, showing the result of the fight to everyone present. And as if in a bazaar, showing some kind of trick, Cheon Myeong loudly asked, Okay, attention everyone. With those words, Boy opened his injured palm, showing everyone. Hwang Jung-yi looked on in surprise, not understanding. Maybe it's a trick, he thought. And Cheon Myeong continued his demonstration. This is called a monster's cinnabar hand, young man explained to everyone present. If you mark an ordinary person like this at high skill, he won't even make it to the first meal. His entire body will turn black and red in color, and he will die. Bong Ja-bok looked perplexed at the brash kid, while Cheon Myeong continued to tell. Of course, it's not that bad now, but even at this level, it's possible to kill a person. Especially, Boy emphasized, if it's an ordinary old man untrained in martial arts, it's all easier than eating cold porridge. Bong Ja-bok looked shocked at the nasty kid and didn't understand. What was even going on? If there was someone else beside the head who could inject cinnabar hand energy for an extended period of time without arousing suspicion, then I would certainly believe you. Cheon Myeong smirked as he watched Bong Ja-bok covered in panicked sweat. Seize the manager now, Hwang Jung-yi ordered loudly. All the scraps finally came together for him into a complete picture. The guards immediately rushed to carry out the order, and Hwang Jung-yi added, You can kill him if he resists. Yes! The guards take action. Damn it, I'm almost done! Bong Ja-bok wailed in frantic despair, summoning a fire technique. If only it weren't for that boy! Bong Ja-bok continued to yell like a madman. Meanwhile, Lee Seong-baek is sitting on the palace porch at night, not even realizing what he's about to do. In front of his eyes, he can see the elder sternly ordering his negligent student. You made it. You have to clean it up. You will stay here and beg the Lord's forgiveness by any means necessary. Only then can you return to the mountain. Lowering his head, Lee Seong-baek sighed heavily. More like a punishment than an order. This seemed like an impossible task. What could it be? Lee Seong-baek thought in amazement, unable to take his eyes off the puffs of smoke. Meanwhile, in the room, Bong Jo-bok, with the help of demonic magic, blew up the wall in an attempt to escape. "We've already revealed everything, haven't we?" Cheongmen muttered, looking at Bong Jo-bok through the column of dust. "I'm sure you had your own good reasons, but you'll tell me about them later, at the court." Cheongmen continued in the same monotony tone. "I want to knock you down quickly and get this over with now. I'm falling asleep on the go." Boy explained. "Knock me down." Bong Jo-bok couldn't believe his ears, once again marveling at the insolence of this kid. "You have a lot of willfulness, of course." Bong Jo-bok asked, "Are you saying that you can bear the true power of the cinnabar hand?" "Just some little guy?" Cheongmen replied. "Me? No, of course not. I don't mean me." And that completely threw Bong Jo-bok off balance. He felt like he was going crazy. Meanwhile, Cheongmen looked around and saw through a hole in the ruined wall a man he recognized immediately. "There he is," Cheongmen said. Cheongmen pointed to Lee Sun-baek, who looked at what was happening in surprise. Hwang Jong-yi turned to the Jongnen disciple with a request to protect him from the villain. Lee Sun-baek still couldn't understand what was going on. But then Cheongmen winked at him, and then Lee Sun-baek realized that what was happening was his only chance to correct the situation. Warrior rushed into battle. Cheongmen was a little doubtful that Lee Sun-baek might lose, and the boy continued his story about the art of Bong Jo-bok. The guy believed that the villain had not fully studied the martial art of the devilish sect, and began to portray himself as a great martial artist. The young man's amazing knowledge caused a bewildered question from the young manager of Milky Way about whether Cheongmen is really a simple swordsman. Naturally, the boy answered and added that he is also the best in the world. Cheongmen sat tiredly on the steps of the palace. Behind him, the battle between Bong Jo-bok and Lee Sun-baek was still going on. All around were the ruins of the chambers where Boy lay pretending to be sick. It was beginning to dawn, and Lee Seong-baek was still fighting with Bong Jo-bok. Cheongmen looked at Hwang Jong-yi, who was also tired, with a heavy sigh. Boy and young lighter exchanged understanding glances and continued to wait. Cheongmen frowned as he looked at the incessant fighting. "What kind of fight is this?" Cheongmen thought, "It's been dragging on for hours. Maybe I should have stepped in and punched that villain myself." And just when Cheongmen thought of intervening himself, Bong Jo-bok collapsed nearby. Lee Seong-baek stood over the defeated robber, exhausted, wearing tattered clothes. He looked as if he had defeated 9 demons, not just one underdog. Breathing heavily, Lee Seong-baek looked back at Cheongmen. Lee Seong-baek's hair was long since disheveled, and his dazzling white clothes were covered in soot and dirt. "The villain is defeated," Lee Seong-baek mumbled, barely able to move his tongue from fatigue. "You did a good job," congratulated Lee Seong-baek. Hwang Jong-yi was satisfied that he could finally go to rest already. "I'll never forget Zonung's help." Lee Seong-baek collapsed exhaustedly on the ground next to the defeated enemy. "Thank you." He barely spoke. Finally, Cheongmen sighed as he looked at Lee Seong-baek, who was lying exhausted, and at Bong Jo-bok, who had been defeated. "Very strange." Hwang Jong-yi was perplexed. "If it was so simple, why has no one even guessed the existence of the traitor until now?" And so many questions swarmed in the young head's mind. Cheongmen was still standing there curiously looking at what was going on around him. "It feels like there is a wise master hidden in this child," thought Hwang Jong-yi. The young head had never seen such a thing in his entire life. "Young swordsman." Hwang Jong-yi turned to Cheongmen. "So why did the manager make an attempt on father?" Boy was surprised by the question. It's obvious that Hwang Jong-yi is expecting too much from Cheongmen. And as if reading Swordsman's mind, Hwang Jong-yi asked the boy, "Do you happen to have any guesses?" "Honestly," Cheongmen began embarrassedly, "I have no idea." Hwang Jong-yi nodded sluggishly, realizing that he would have to deal with this story himself. "But," Hwang Jong-yi didn't give up. "Didn't you act because you guessed everything?" Cheongmen stared at the young head in surprise. "Of course not. How would I know that?" "Isn't getting to the bottom of it a head task?" Cheongmen asked Hwang Jong-yi, and added a little embarrassed, "My job is to solve the problem and get the reward." And to make his words more convincing, Cheonma wiggled his fingers, mimicking the clinking of coins. "What I'm getting at," Cheon Myeong continued, "is that I hope you've prepared a decent reward?" "Of course," Hwang Jung-yi assured Cheonma. "But you forgot something," Hwang Jung-yi reminded Cheonma, gazing intently at the boy. "What?" Cheonma stared at the young head, perplexed. "Nothing has been resolved yet," said Hwang Jung-yi, looking over the unconscious manager lying on a pile of ruined rocks. "I didn't ask you to catch the villain at all, didn't I?" the young head continued. Cheonma felt a wave of anxiety come over him while Hwang Jung-yi continued. "All I want is to get my father back on his feet." So the whole cunning plan to catch the traitor was in vain. "Will you be able to stand up my father? Will you be able to do it?" Hwang Jung-yi asked hopefully. "It's not a problem at all," Cheonma overconfidently assured. "You might as well not even ask about it." "All right then, since that's the case." Hwang Jung-yi agreed, holding out an open palm to boy. "I promise to support Hwang Shan, even if I have to throw all the strength of the trade guild into it," Hwang Jung-yi solemnly promised, which made Cheonma startled. "What? What the damn?" Cheonma thought to himself as he stared at Hwang Jung-yi. No sooner had boy thought that things were finally starting to get better than life pulled another trick, and immediately grabbing Hwang Jung-yi's open palm with both hands, Cheonma then made the young head think that the boy was about to cry with gratitude. "It's not that big of a deal," Hwang Jung-yi said, proud of his generosity. "Of course I'm—" But his speech was interrupted by Cheonma, who stammered in despair. "Are you serious now? Supporting Hwashang?" "What?" Hwang Jung-yi stretched out in surprise, not understanding. What was wrong? "Maybe it would be better to pay me instead of Hwashang, don't you think so?" Cheonma wailed. "It's just like with a trained bear," Cheonma continued his passionate speech. "The bear does the tricks, but the person gets paid? Where is the justice in this?" Hwang Jung-yi looked at the boy condescendingly, and thought that today and tonight had done more damage to his mental health than his physical health. "It seems to me that his madness is many times stronger than I realized," thought the young leader. Cheonma sat in front of the bed with the sick Hwan head, not knowing which side to start treatment from. The only thing left to do is to get Hwang's head back on his feet, and then we'll be done with business here. Cheonma thought hopefully. It was already daytime outside the window, and boy was sitting next to Hwang's head, trying to figure out the best place to start. On the one hand, there was nothing complicated about the treatment. "I'm also glad that I managed to cause trouble for the assholes from Zhongnan," Cheonma thought. Boy looked at the sick man in a concentrated manner, trying to pick the right treatment. "However, there's just one problem," Cheonma thought, biting his lip. The Hwan head was lying on the bed, and his entire body was a dark maroon color, turning black in places. These were the places where black qi tended to gather. "Even though I've stated in public that I'll put the Hwan head on his feet," boy thought wistfully. "Moreover," swordsman concluded with annoyance, "one careless movement can cause a surge of demonic qi, and the weakened head will immediately die before he can even cry out." However, Cheonma resolutely took the lifelessly hanging hand of the head of Milky Way in his palms. You can't know without trying. In the next moment, Cheonma grasped Head Hwang's hand tighter, trying to see exactly what was happening in the old man's body. Cheonma's bright blue qi flowed through the patient's veins like lightning, and Cheonma managed to get to the heart of the disease. His dive was like diving to the bottom of the ocean. Finally, boy touched the bottom of the sickness with his feet and looked around. It was dark all around, and only the fiery flashes of devil fire glittered occasionally from the darkness. "It's demonic qi," Cheonma guessed, seeing the solid darkness around him. And then two fire eels that looked like huge snakes appeared from the dark depths. Or perhaps they were snakes. Cheonma couldn't be sure of anything right now. One of the snakes opened its mouth and swam towards him. Its eyes were full of blood and lust for killing. Cheonma looked like a small point of light at the bottom of a black abyss into which giant fire snakes had crawled. "Demonic qi is filled all around," Boy surprisingly discovered as he looked around. But even inept but demonic chi is demonic chi. Raising his sword like a torch that should scare away all the evil, Cheonma thought that he wasn't at all sure if he had enough of his own energy to defeat the demonic chi. Swinging his sword, swordsman prepared for battle. In the same second, the snakes came in motion and swarmed towards Cheonma from all directions, trying to strike the intruder. It's worth a try at least, Cheonma thought to himself as he stood in the center of the attack and saw the fire snakes coming at him from all directions. It seems like this is going to be harder than I imagined, Cheonma thought as he watched the darkness fly at him. Another moment, and the snake heads started flying in different directions. It seemed that boy was able to overcome the demonic chi. In confirmation that Cheonma was able to fight the demonic chi, the hand that boy was holding in his palms began to lighten. The burgundy color was fading away. Sweat broke out on Cheonma's forehead. But concentrating even harder, Cheonma tried to move on. Boy plunged into the depths of sickness again, swinging his lightning sword, trying to clear the space of the fire snakes. Something tells me, Cheonma thought, focusing on the main task at hand. Cheonma held the Huang's hand, watching the reaction of the old man's body. It was a very important moment, and a lot depended on whether or not the head Huang could be saved. That's where they've all gone. The head! Cheonma exclaimed as he watched the veins on Told Man's forehead swell up. All the demonic chi has leaked into the head. You have to be many times more careful with this. Cheonma frowned as he tried to hold back the movement of the demonic chi. One rash attack, and there will be a brain hemorrhage. Then already head Huang will definitely meet the Reaper. The skin on Huang's head rippled as the demonic chi moved. But if you retreat now, the contagion will spread all over your body again like ink in clear water. Cheonma thought as he watched these movements. Huang's face turned black, and one could see the demonic chi bubbling under his muscles, showing that there was little or maybe even no time left at all. There's no time to even think, Cheonma exclaimed in despair. If I attack, he dies. If I retreat, the outcome will be the same. Cheonma bit his lips in despair, trying to make the right decision. Not to kill head Huan. I'm bound hand and foot, he thought helplessly. Cheonma was still holding the palm of Huang's hand, not knowing what to do now. The only thing that was clear was that there was no way Cheonma was going to let him retreat. Then all you have to do is avoid both options, Cheonma thought, as he headed straight for the nest of the hidden fire snakes, straight into Huang's head. What? Cheonma asked the fire-breathing snakes. Is there nowhere else to run to? Placing his hand on Huang's head that was enveloped in black chi, Cheonma decided to risk taking action. Come on! Come on! Cheonma shouted in a voice not at all like a child's. Yes, this is it! Cheonma exclaimed as he felt the black chi begin to flow into him. Sweat rolled down his temple, and a sharp pain pierced his arm as the demonic chi began to flow rapidly down his arm. I'm the place for your escape! Come on! Cheonma wailed in pain. The darkness began to spread through his body and overtake all his organs, as if tearing every vein from the inside. Demonic chi began to spread throughout Cheonma's body. The pain was unbearable. It seemed as if the body would explode, but this was only the beginning. Negative energy accumulated, and there was no force to stop it. Cheonma tried with all his might to preserve his consciousness. The noble plum blossom blade fought the demonic energy with all its might. The guy knew that if he fainted, he would be finished. The young body could not resist for long, and then Cheonma decided to end everything with one blow. Snakes woven from devilish energy attacked the source of the boy's noble chi, and they got stronger and faster. The snakes began to absorb the young man's noble chi. Cheonma had only one way to resist this pressure. When the devilish energy almost absorbed Cheonma's energy, and the strength of these snakes began to increase, and the young man's strength began to decrease, he realized that he would have to give in to them, and this meant only one thing: the death of the young swordsman. There's only one way left to fight. This is filling every cell of the body with energy from the dantian and cause an explosion. Terrible pain practically tore the young man's body apart, and his body began to collapse. Cheonma collapsed to the floor with a terrible cry. But he managed to defeat the flower of death, although it was not his energy level, and he was just lucky. At this time, Chief Huan suddenly came to his senses, and seeing the young man asked who he was. Cheon Myeong, delighted with his success, replied in his casual manner that he is a celestial, what angered the old man. After the leader of the Milky Way regained consciousness, the guild quickly put its affairs in order. If Cheon Myeong had not saved the head of the clan and had not found the villain, then Bongjang Bok would have been able to take over all the property of the guild and destroy the Huang clan. Bongjang Bok tried to justify himself, but he wasn't very successful because crimes must be paid for. It was also possible to find out where the criminal was able to learn the diabolical art. It turned out that during one of the campaigns, Bongjang Bok found a dead follower of the devilish sect and used his notes, which made the situation somewhat easier because the devil sect was not involved in this matter. After the restoration was completed, Cheongmen began to enjoy everyone's privilege as an honored guest of the guild. He ate and drank continuously, trying to regain energy and vitality. A few days later, the head of the guild, Huan, came to the dining room where Cheongmen was having lunch at that time, and politely addressed his savior with a request to